Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to the Performium server on the Wild SMP, and welcome back to my streams and my channel and everything else. Hi, Johnny. Hi, George. Hi, Cuddles. Hello, anyone and everyone else. It is a good feeling to be back to all the tasks that I'm working on the server, and I'm glad to see you guys and everything else. Today I'm going to be working, as the title probably allowed you to guess, I'm going to be working on the copper aging farm. No, not this one. This is the original one up in the temporary base, so I could start getting some aged copper, and it worked okay. It's made of stone, and so I had lots of mishaps with it. So I am taking what I've learned from this one, and I will be applying that knowledge to the new one. And I just remembered I've got, oh, I was facing the other way. Oh, where was I? Over here. I've got the boat with slimes, and it has gone from, oh, wait, no, okay, cool. It's because when I hit F1, it hides the numbers of, okay. Whew. I was gonna say, I've dropped from my 132 slimes to 1. Anyway, small panic attack. Here's a pig. I haven't been live in a few days, that is correct. I tend not to stream during the weekends because for me, weekends are a little wonky. I do stream on Discord though, and Johnny can attest to this. We messed around with some concepts and ideas for space engineers for something that I'm doing toward another project. I'm going to need to learn a little bit about space engineers, and so I have been messing around with that a little bit. And I also need to move this downstairs. I think I have a better place for it than what I was originally planning. So time has given me the advantage of having some insight into a little bit better layout, so that's nice. Anyway, I do stream on Discord almost daily. When I'm done streaming on here, I will eat my food, get a little bit of a drink, take a little stretch, touch grass, that sort of thing. Then I will hop onto Discord, and I will either be able to go live or I will already be live almost every single day, even on the weekends. So that's when I get to hang out with you guys and chat in person. I won't probably ever be having people on voice while I'm doing my YouTube streams because of the whole unpredictable nature of, live. So when it comes to Discord, I'll be in voice, and I am in voice all the time. And you can hear my terrible singing and watch my terrible gaming whilst I am live there. But today I'm live here on YouTube, and I'm working on some projects here. Which, by the way, anyone watching, if you want to join the Discord and hang out and participate and all that kind of stuff, I have a link down in the description below, and you can just follow the link, and you have to remember to pick a role. And the roles are YouTube or Performium right now. I may add more later as things happen, I'm not sure. But I tried to do some automated role assignment using Patreon, but it obviously didn't work because I had to be requested to add someone to their appropriate role on the Discord. So obviously what I did didn't work, or what I tried to do just can't work or something. But whatever. Let's see here. News. Well, first off, let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. Speaking of other things down in the description, I am able to do some of this stuff that I do on here, play some of the games, and be able to, replace my headphones and mouse and stuff when they break, largely because of support from people who are able to help support me on Streamlabs with tipping, or on Patreon, those who can to a more regular thing. Even if it's $1 a month, it still means a whole lot, and it does make a huge difference for me. It makes a difference between whether I can get a new mouse or can't. So thank you to everyone who is able to help support. I know that money can be tight. I'm not expecting people to support, but when you can, it does mean a whole lot to me, and it helps me to be able to do stuff. So thank you, Elmaze11, Ogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. Thank you ever so much. You keep it going. You're wonderful crew members, and I am glad to have you and glad to know you. What is this? Music is at 35, so that looks good. What other news? Oh, news with my computer and gaming. So I just discovered something. I've had these weird. Hold on. I have had a request to have someone TP to me. Sure, why not? TP a here JMT. I have had some weird lag things happen with my computer. Inexplicable. I'm not downloading anything, as far as I know. I'm not doing anything else. And all of a sudden, while I'm playing a game, only while I'm playing a game, whatever game, my computer will just go, huh? I have a beast of a computer, and it has no business doing that. So I just discovered something on, I don't know if this is on all versions of Windows 10, or if it's because I got the full thing or whatever, but I found out if you hit Win-G, the Windows key and the G key, it brings up the Xbox game bar, which is doing other stuff like running 10 little apps and programs in the background all the time. The whole time my computer's been on, it's always there. And whenever I try to run a game, it tries to, check for information, look for guides, see if I want to stream, wait for me to hit some sort of magic hotkey. It's been running this whole time since I got the new computer. Oh my God, it was awful. So I finally figured out how to delete it, or how to uninstall it, how to delete it. It's gone, and now when I launch my games, they launch, and it's. I am so glad. No more weird little slowdowns when it tries to give me a little pop-up ad or whatever. So nice to have found it. I wish I would have known it was there in the first place. And also thank you for the compliment, JMT. Let's see here. What else? Oh, other news. Life news. I, all summer long, have been playing around with the idea of having, those little frozen push pop things, that the freezer things that when you put them in your mouth and you pull it out real fast, it slices your lips. Those freezer push pop things, the myriad of colors of those, and then also those hugs, those little plastic barrels of drinks that you had when you were a kid. I've always loved those. Always loved them, and I was reminded of them like in early this year, like March or April or something like that. And I said, you know what? I want to have some hugs this year. I have been looking, and finally, to this last weekend, Friday, I found a case of hugs in stock at the store. I have been drinking unmitigated purple. I have been drinking so artificial green it hurts. I have been drinking and seeing red on everything. And the blue is not the blues, it is very joyous. I love the terrible, awful artificial flavor. Nothing tastes like fruit. It tastes like what fruit would taste like if someone described to a robot what fruit tasted like, and the robot said, this is fruit. But purple does not taste like grape. It tastes like purple. And you can fight me on this. There is no grape in that. It is all purple. That's the flavor of it. It's purple, and I love it. I'm here for it. But I got a case of 40 hugs. They're so cheap, and I finally got them. I'm so glad. So, That is that. Also, I love this little, hi JMT, I love this little swoop that you have in your hair. That's very, you can do a lot with 16 pixels, believe it or not. This is, yes, you are on camera. This is, I love this head. This is nice. I like the hair color. It matches most of my attire. You have, oh, be careful walking into this hole. This could lead you to some suffering. That's where my main base is, all the way down there. But yeah. No, he was in front of me. JMT is in front of me. Yeah. So anyway, what other news? What other news? I've been playing some Space Engineers this weekend. Oh, melon. Thank you. I have been given some melons. Thank you, Home Slice. Because I have a farmer's diet. 1 melon slice fills up like 4 whole haunches, so 8 hunger. It's great. There you go. There's your receipt and your change. Now, like I was saying, I have been playing some Space Engineers for something that I've been working towards. Can you have perms to build here? I will never give perms to anyone except people that I know, or people that like know in real life, or well, I mean, that's basically it. People that I know in real life. So my best friend, my wife, my other best friend, who is, I think he's at work today right now. I think Elmaze is actually back to the library. I might be wrong on that. Is he on? He is not on, so he's probably back to the library. So, it's not safe. I did warn. I could, you know what? I could put a single vine right here. That TPA here, JMT. I could put a single vine right here, and that would actually mitigate some of that insta-death thing. Go get a vine. Why am I hopping? Oh, and that's bamboo? After today, this bamboo should be up there. Should be. Oh, that's right. He could be laying down because of his tooth. He is due to have a root canal very soon because he has had some... Oh, did I go past the vines? He has had some issues lately. There we go, vines. Let's put a vine in place. Elmaze is the Augma Infinium. Yes, indeed. Elmaze 11 is his... Okay, here's the story behind that. Elmaze 11 is his Minecraft name, but he was given this account by someone who decided to quit playing Minecraft, like back in 2016 or 15 or something like that. And so instead of changing his name, he's just left it as Elmaze 11. I don't know what he would call himself if if it was up to him to name his Minecraft account, but he has stuck with Elmaze 11. That's how we know him, and that's how he knows him, so he's just going to stay Elmaze 11. But when he went to fill out the Patreon thing, for some reason the field auto-populated and said Augma Infinium, and he was like, I don't know why that's in that field, but I like it. I said, whatever. So he decided to have the name Elmaze 11's Augma Infinium. Augma Infinium, by the way, is the name of one of the black books from Skyrim, with the whole Hermaeus Mora, what is the name of his realm? Oh, bother. I forget the name of his realm. Oh, I feel bad. Hermaeus Mora is one of my favorites, and I forgot the name of his realm because I haven't played Skyrim in so long. It's one of the realms of Oblivion. It is... I can't remember. Oh well, it'll come to me later and I'll just scream it out and go, that's what it is. And I'll probably wake up the neighbor's dog. anyway. Why do I want to? Oh, I'll get a string. I'll get a string. Let's see here. Strings are going to be on floor 2, I believe. Yes. Let's grab a string. Let's grab 2 string, actually. Hermaeus Mora is not the crazy guy. That is Clavicus. Or no, that's Hello Brain. The guy with the Wabajack. It's yeah, my brain is saying Clavicus Vile, and I know that's wrong. It's not Sanguine. It's wow. I have not played Skyrim for so long that they are not coming to mind. Let me answer this, otherwise it's going to bother me the whole stream. Skyrim. Let's see here. It is Daedric Princes. They are my brain keeps saying is Jiglag, but it's Jiglag's alternate. Sheogorath. That's right, it's Sheogorath. Okay, Vermina is the one that basically eats dreams. Sheogorath is the crazy one whose title gets transferred from being to being to being. As a matter of fact, when you beat the game in Morrowind, you become Sheogorath, according to the lore. Anyway, he's the one who likes cheese and tea parties, a la Alice in Wonderland and all that. Sanguine is the one who likes just, general debauchery, getting drunk. Periite is the one who likes to keep the world in balance by way of disease and famine. Nocturnal is the one who is for basically it's sort of tailored around and hand in hand with the Thieves Guild, but it's about being sneaky. Namira is about eating flesh, especially human flesh. Molag Bal is just pure evil. Ultimately, he just wants to destroy everything. Meridia is good, bad. She, him, they. Meridia is, I would say, the Daedric Prince of Magic, if I wanted to make the explanation brief. It's not that simple, but it has that sort of connotation. Then we have Mephala. I don't have much memory of Mephala. Mehrunes Dagon, also pure evil. Malakath, or Malakath, however you want to say it, is basically the patron deity of the orcs, also known as the Orsimer. Let's see here. Jiglag is the alternate version of Sheogorath. Hircine is the god of the hunt, werewolves, that sort of thing. Hermaeus Mora is knowledge. Clavicus Vile is deals, bargaining, that sort of thing. Boethia is about dominance. Azura is, okay, so Azura is more magic than Meridia is. How would I deal with Meridia then? Meridia is hard to abbreviate. But Hermaeus Mora's realm is Apocrypha. It's where all the giant books are, the tentacles of ooze coming out of the ink. Apocrypha. That's what it is. Okay. There, I feel better now. And I've also put the string so the vine won't come down. We're all good. And this is the to be sorted area. I'm sorry, Cuddles, I'm throwing some things in. Ender chest. Put this away. Oh, here. I will be nice and take these music discs and any other music discs I find with me, and I'll put music discs away. That way, at least one category of things is dealt with. I really need to get my loadout installed for Skyrim. I have been itching so hard to play that game. I wish I could just, take the collection file from Vortex on that computer, copy it, move it over here, install the collection, let's see here. But for whatever reason, it's not that easy, and I'm having to figure out all the individual file versions and load order and all that kind of stuff manually. And if it was just 10 mods, it'd be done, but it's not. I have like, I don't know, 340 mods? 350? Something like that. Is there a fate to stay on the main named Parker? Yes. Is that the name of the actual show / franchise? Is it called Apocrypha, or is Apocrypha the character? Or see, I'm not well versed on anime. I'm not. Regrettably, I only have so much time, and I spend most of my time learning other stuff and playing other games. It's going to be annoying to get used to having the string here. Idea. What I will do is I will put the string. Aha! I'll put this here, and I'll put the string here. And hopefully this won't spread. If it does, it'll only spread like those two blocks. It shouldn't spread over there. I think it's good. There, that's less annoying. Cool. So today, among any other tasks, my primary goal is, because I'm done with all of this in here with the cactus, let's go in here and reminisce all the prickly fun of installing the bone meal farm. I had fun doing this. This is great. I haven't done a proper cactus farm in so very long that actually getting this one done felt real nice. We have had a slight rearrangement because of these clogging this one up. She felt bad about having done all this work and all of the glowberries not being turned into bone meal when we harvest the glowberries. But my argument is, if we're getting 100% constant flow of bone meal from the cactus anyway, it's not as important from these. This is primarily just for herbalism levels. But in order to accommodate what I did is I redirected the flow elsewhere, and then Cuddles did a little bit of other moving around and stuff. So we have cleared this out, except she wanted to empty out the cactus grab one here. She wanted to empty out the cactus and load up some shulkers. I don't know why we have many shulkers already. So what I did is I put water here, and then this trap door occupies the spots. Oh my goodness. So, so flapping it down makes it become waterlogged. That's just great. So this trapdoor blocks the water from flowing this way. So I have it flowing down here, coming around the bend, and now when this gets full, it will try to fill this one up. And then if it doesn't fill that one up, then it dumps over to here, and then those last two rows become bone meal over here. That's unfortunate. Let's watch that again. Okay, so when it's going normal speed, it'll land in there. All right. I was concerned that I'm going to be losing a lot of cactus to here. Guess not. All right. So that's the output from that. Anyway, today I am going to be working in here. This is the bamboo farm, and I'm going to be filling this in. I will probably be doing this last, but this is where the bamboo is going to get moved to, and then the berries are going to get moved to where the bamboo already is down there. But more importantly, today, above the cactus farm is this chamber, and this chamber is going to be my copper aging area. Now, the thing about copper is, just a second. Oh, that took you 2 hits. Here, let's get some. Okay, clump together. There we go. Let's get some extra drops, shall we? Blah, blah. Okay. Actually, that's tough, and I'm using that for part of the roadway later, so I'll keep a hold of it. As I was saying, this is going to be the copper aging area, and since I have this, might as well. Now, copper, if I place a copper here, there can be no other copper within 4 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the closest to copper can be there. And then the closest to copper can be here is not up there, but instead one further down. So right here where my head is. So what I'm going to be doing is filling in the ceiling with a grid of probably, might as well just go frog lights. How well do frog lights deal with a pick? I think it's okay. I have frog lights here. Yeah, no insta picking. That's cool. But let's just make sure that I'm not flying for that. Oh, well, that could be a slight problem. Maybe I will have to do wood. Anyway, boop. So I'm going to be having a wood and some other wood, apparently, ceiling. And then the floor is going to be wood with some probably frog lights in the corners where there isn't the actual staging area for the copper. Now, I want to make sure that this is not going to be a copper space. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would be copper here. So that would be off angle like that. That would be off angle. And then the closest would be just, there's no way to do it so that one corner of this isn't the surrounding wood. Okay, but at least this is going to be clear and I'll be able to go through. Then from here out, the array is going to go all the way to the walls as far as it can so that I can place copper everywhere that I'm able to. So the idea here is to drop the ceiling today by 1, filling it in with some kind of wood with a pattern wherever the target is supposed to be. It can be other non-copper blocks. Yes, it's just here's the principle. Because of the way they figure it, what ages the copper is the ionization of the oxygen bonding with the copper molecule. And so if the ionization is too compact, all the blocks are vying for the same ions of oxygen. So it's not going to age the individual copper blocks as fast. So if you give them enough space, the blocks can ionize and therefore age faster. So it doesn't matter if you've got stone. Stone doesn't matter. It only calculates for the copper or the copper stairs, copper slabs, cut copper. Is that it? I don't think the lightning rod changes. The ore doesn't change, obviously. Yeah, it's just cut, slab, stair, and block. Huh. I thought there was another one. Okay, never mind. Obviously, there are 4 variants of each. We have the waxed, well, I guess technically 8 variants of each. The 4 stages of coloration: the plain, the exposed, the weathered, and then the oxidized. And that can be waxed or unwaxed. So that's 8 variants of each of the different blocks. So that's 32 kinds of copper. Yeah. So what I need to do is make sure that I have this calculated right first before I do anything else. Building blocks are, here's some building blocks, good old stone. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, yeah, it would be there is where I will place the copper, so I'll need to place it on a block that's up there. Sweet. Put this back so as not to undo all of her hard work. She is doing some sorting and I'm doing some mess making. So PB30, put the bucket back away. Now, if it's gonna be copper, what colors are going to work best? I think, therefore I am, having acacia as the target block, the centerpiece, makes sense because copper is orange. Or better yet, well, how much acacia? I have sad quantities of wood, or planks. I have equally sad quantities of logs. That's definitely not enough to fill the ceiling. Might have to go acacia hunting. But if it's going to be acacia, then what block would look best with it? Because I want it to be presentable enough that future me is going to be happy to look at it. So let's see here. You could work on getting some acacia. I wouldn't mind that. That would be helpful. That would be nice. Well, first off, how does it look next to the wort? Honestly, that looks a little too cartoony. Well, I should just leave this here. So we've got this log and this plank. Dark oak, maybe. It needs to be contrasting. It needs to be much darker or much lighter. Well, let's see what much lighter looks like. There's only one much lighter, and that is the creamy color of birch. That actually doesn't look too bad. They both have the same sort of milkiness to them. Logs, no. Wood, no. Huh. Not much birch to speak of. Oh, well, actually, there is. Oh, there's plenty of birch. So what I could do, I could do the ring in birch and just the central stud out of acacia. I think that's how it's going to be. I think that'll do it. So let's just get some more acacia then. Get this, get all these, get all the acacia. Grab you, grab you. Did I grab that one? I did. I think that was a good decision. I hope it was. Seems like it will be in the long run anyway because of quantities. So let's see. This. And then that. This. That. And then just for demonstration, I guess I should probably have also grabbed a little bit of acacia. Or birch. I can fill in the birch last. Up we go. So this is ultimately how it's going to look. And the reason why wood is because even when flying with our picks, efficiency 50 just tears through anything that resembles stone. So we kept, or at least I kept, breaking the studs that were my target blocks up there. So I need to have something that when I'm digging, I don't over dig. And as you can see, wood is going to be perfect. So I could go with a third wood in between. Well, let's change these. And grab that, put you here, boop, 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 boop. Oh, and also, see, I'm flying and it tears through everything that resembles stone. Except glowstone. Glowstone is immune. Because apparently that's how it do. So let's just see what a bunch of these look like next to each other. Oh, left oil on the burner? Oh, gross. That would make my eyes bleed. Okay. So what I'm thinking is for the in-between area, let's see here. I've got the orange and the milky of birch. I think ochre frog lights would actually work pretty nice. Let's go get a little bit of each of the frog lights. Grab a sample. All three lights are down here. Past the amethyst. The warehouse of everything. Oh yeah, pearlescent would be awful. Verdant would be awful, I think, but I think ochre would be good. However, let's just be sure. Let's grab one of each. And then put you in here. There we go. I also happen to have more ochre than the other two anyway. Down and over and up, and then after I get this color palette, I have had several people ask me to come see their house and all that kind of stuff and want to make an appearance in the stream. I will go ahead and do that, but I just want to get my plan laid out. It's orientable. I forgot about that. So, do I want to do this? Or do I want to keep the grain in the same orientation as all the rest? I think this looks best. I really do. And then this could help me transition to oak, actually. That would be a nice transition to oak. Maybe even spruce. Not jungle. Jungle's too pink. But let's go ahead and give the other two a try, and let's look at them. We have verdant. We have pearlescent. Okay, let's hide this from view so I'm not biased. This doesn't look too bad with the verdant. The pearlescent, I'm just going to go ahead and say no. If I have to look at this all the time, I'm going to not like the purple anyway. Pearlescent or... if I go verdant, then it'll be spruce. Let's go look at that. Clear vault 1. Let's put this in here for right now. Any other loose items? No. And then fly over here. We'll grab one thing of oak and one thing of spruce. Dark oak is too dark. Okay. How am I going to... I know. I'll just do this and get a couple of stripes of the oak on this side. And then I'll do the spruce on this side. Because spruce and all planks are always going to line up the same way. Here, let's put this down here. Get rid of the green over here. There we go. We have to pretend this glowstone's not here. So... So the verdant does go with the spruce pretty nicely. The ochre doesn't. The purple might, but not with these colors. But the problem is, it's too jarring going from this off orange through green to the medium dark of spruce. This, however, it feels like a single palette. But then we have to take into account one other facet. And I should have gone ahead and grabbed these while I was over here. Half the time the block is going to be orange. The other half the time it's going to be green. Of some varying description. Back here. All right. So we have... I'll just put the green on this side just to see. And then the copper on this side. Because the copper would go with the ochre. The oxidized copper would go with the verdant. And with the oxidized copper, if these were all full of oxidized, it would look a lot better because it's covering the orange. I think I'm going to have to go with the verdant, which means we're going to need a bunch more verdant frog lights. A bunch. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh. Hey, here's a thought. I could do stripes going one direction being the oak and the ochre, and stripes going the other direction be the verdant and the spruce. Hmm, that's not half bad. Let's see what that looks like. And I'll just grab this. Why not? This, put those in here like this. Do 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 do. Change this to verdant. And then change these. It may not seem like this is going to matter much. Just almost no one is going to be seeing this ever except me, but if I'm going to be looking at it, I want to enjoy it. And that is why I feel it's worth doing the extra few minutes of planning the color arrangement, picking the palette that is best suited. Okay, one last test. Let's see what it looks like with all four of them as aged versus all four of them as raw. And honestly, I should have just grabbed a stack of each just to have them, but you know, hindsight, 2020, all that. I only need 3 more of those, and you. Okay. So let's do this and put these all in. That still doesn't look bad with the ochre, even with them all being green, especially because there's that verdant to offset it. And now, let's go with the raw. That actually still doesn't look bad. It definitely wouldn't look good either way with the purple. The pearlescent, it's nice and all, but it doesn't work well with organic colors. Like the organics, the yellows, the oranges, the browns, things like that. I think we've landed on the palette. I think we've got it. Because this is good. This works. Both are pleasing. Cool. And then naturally the others will go up above. Oh, you know what I could do? Ha ha ha. So check this out. Oops. And then this. I could make the top, the dark, go the opposite direction. So I could alternate. I don't need to have light up there because the light's just to keep things from spawning. But having the pattern go this way, actually, here in the center, it won't be like that. In fact, think that works. Having them 90 degrees off kilter from the ceiling to the floor, it gives it just enough overlap and variance. It makes it feel almost plaid, I guess. Yeah, that works. I'm happy. I'm happy. I like it. All right, so let's see here. Who was it that wanted me to come see their thing? Well, I'm waiting. Let's see here. Did someone scroll the way up? Banish, you're done with your base, so I'll come look at that. Banish. Banish you at your base. If they're AFK or they're not ready or whatever, I can get to work on this. I do have a small ponderment. How am I going to do the intersections? Oh, look at that. Nice little pillar here. I like it. Having the anvils inset in the pillar, good. Having a little bit of the smokers going. Oh, is this not claimed? You need to claim this, bud. Yeah, you need to claim this. People are unscrupulous. And this is just right here. This is at night. This is an eyesore. People flying by will go, that's a base. I would change these last two here. You do you, but I would change these last two to be in line with the rest so it's not headbanging. Well, definitely at least claim the things that you don't want people to take. Claim the storage and the utility blocks over here. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Nice little start here. Alternating widths. You've got 5 and then 6 and then 4. It seems a little pell-mell, but as long as you're happy with it. Then you probably got access to a mine. See, let's see, I like this. No head banging. No concussions when going downstairs. That's what I like to see. Hey, this water has been reloaded. It's all the way down here. Look at that. Some nice pillars. As Donkey would say, I like that boulder. That's a nice boulder. And I believe these torches are yours. I have accidentally acquired torches, so QQ. That didn't work. You're going that way. There you go. I don't think I picked anything else up. Nope. Okay. So this is nice. Wow. How many sap for max dropping? How many sap for what? For acacia? Acacia is just one sapling. But you have to space them apart like, I think 7 blocks in order to be able to almost guarantee getting at least one sapling back per tree, I think. You would be surprised how often you find a little base above a giant hole that they don't even know is there. It's hilarious. So many people just die and go just off into a tantrum. I built over a void. It's great. And then that's when you start watching chat to see them try to do more stuff above their newly found giant gaping crevice. Oh, I'm sorry, crevasse. I used to think that crevasse was just a pretentious way of saying crevice, but no, they're two different words. They mean two mostly different things. And I'm getting a tour of all the floating trees in the area. And this one too. Oh, look at all that wood still. Ay. How do you get more land claims? Oh, hold on. As you play, you get more up to 3,000. You can see what you have with list claims. Then, to make them last forever, you need 2,000 more claims. The best way to get them is spend 499 gems on the gems. More string. Oh, I got a carrot. Goober gave me a carrot. Okay. Put this stuff in here. Don't need these. Definitely don't need the pearlescent. I'll be acquiring more of this stuff, but I want to do the ceiling first, so that I can do the annoying one first, and then in the middle of my stream do the one that's kind of easier to mess with looking down. Because building up is just a nightmare. It makes me want to crane my neck, and it just hurts my brain. Anyway, how am I going to be dealing with the intersections? This intersection in particular is dealt with. I need the glowstone to mark where the way through is, but I don't want to checkerboard it. I'm hoping that after I chop all this out, I will get a nugget of inspiration. I mean, I could... Because the intersections will be out of the way of mining. I could do just a smidgen of deep slate, since we've got a bunch of it. That way it ties it to the walls. Let's see which, if either, of these, the tiles or the bricks, which line up with the grain of the wood. Tiles do. Oh, and the bricks do. Okay, so then the question becomes which looks better. If I'm gonna be near the walls, now I long term I might actually change the walls to be something. I haven't decided, but oops. I think it's going to be better to have lighter, because most of what I'm using over there is bright or light anyway. I do have some prismarine, yes, but not enough to build with, not even close. You know what I could do? I could, since I'm going to start being able to produce more of it anyway, I could do cut copper. Let's go get some. Let's look at that. Wrong way. Probably be working on the Minger sponge a little bit tomorrow. Let's see here. Stone cutter? Is that how to do it? Yeah. Wait. 1 makes 4? 1 makes 4! This is outstanding news! So here's what I'm thinking. If I do this, it's gonna age. Well, I thought I put the bricks in one of the sides. Was I losing my mind? Okay, maybe I was losing my mind. Anyway, I put this in here as the intersection. That ties everything together. I don't have... Every time we try to get bees, it just doesn't work. They all despawn. I don't have a means to lock them in place, but what I would do is if I did have like extraordinary amounts of honey, I would wait for it to get to... What would look better? Copper. Would it be the exposed or the weathered? I'm thinking weathered. Well, no, because the exposed would be that tie-in to the spruce. It would be a tie-in in the sort of other direction. So what I would do is I would wait for everything to become weathered. Or, exposed. Whichever one is the greener of the two. Weathered. And then I would slap it with honey and make sure that everything is just locked in like that. Because that color would work real nice as the go-between. It would tie everything together very well. But because I don't have access to enough at all, enough of the honey, I just can't do that for right now. And sadly, I don't know if the issue that is causing this is even ever going to get fixed, because wild isn't high on their priority, and I understand why. I don't have to like it, but I understand it. But it's frustrating that starting about 3-ish months ago, maybe 4 months ago, animals just everywhere on the server just started vanishing. Didn't matter if they were name tagged. Oh, it's not just that section, Cuddles. It has happened all over. If it is cursed, then it's one of the cursed sections, sure. But I think that it's just certain kinds of mobs. Because our frogs are all still up there, just fine. Dogs, cats, they're just fine. Everything else, vanishing. Villagers, vanishing. And we're not the only ones. Spawners I keep watching things spawn inside people's spawners, like on Spawn Road. The animals or the mobs spawn and then vanish instantly. Just like what was happening with Marifer and Murgash. We were watching that happen. It's not just them. So the spawners are affected too. Now what was I down here for? Right. Down here for this. I need a lot more than that is going to provide, so I will go with a whole shulker of logs. Animal farms will work, it's just you might have to fiddle around with what chunk or chunks you have them in. I will politely say that it is annoying. So it's going to be just 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2 everywhere. Okay, cool. if you hear little wool sounds from time to time, that is because I am directly above the cactus farm. Let's just fill this in. Yeah, okay, so the bottom, the oak goes this way, top oak goes this way, for sure. Sweet. Someone is discovering MCMMO, and I love it. MCMMO allows you to chop whole trees down with a single swing of the axe. It enables you to leap from build height to bedrock and gracefully land instead of die. It allows you to eat one carrot and almost fill up half your health. It allows you to get triple the drops when you mine. It allows you to replant seeds automatically as you're farming. MCMMO is an amazing plugin, and most people don't give two hoots about it. I, however, use everything on it all the time, so I'm second place on the server, and probably will be first place before the end of the year. After I get these builds in place, I can work some more on some of my skills, just try to get them up. So let's see here, this is going to be a gap of 3. Ha. There we go. Honestly, I should probably put a torch in there, but it's not like anything is going to spawn and come out, so I'm not really worried about it. So I was talking about space engineers earlier. Space engineers is like Minecraft in space. There isn't like the need for food, but there is survival, there is crafting, there is building. There's base building, there's exploration, except you get to explore, you know, other planets and stuff. Once you get enough materials, you can build ships and fly from where you started to asteroids and moons and planets and get different resources, and there's a whole modding community, and it feels very much like, you know, Minecraft in space. But I'm just getting started on it because when I was first introduced to the game, the default game had you set up so that almost immediately you were getting just bombarded by meteorites, and within 10 minutes, like actually within 8 or 9 minutes of me just starting a brand new game and just barely starting to get some resources, a meteor came down and landed on and destroyed my primary stuff, just obliterated everything. And I thought, oh, it's one of those kind of games. It's do or die. Great. I hate those games. They're not enjoyable. I don't want to suffer. I want to enjoy. I'm playing a game to play, not to work. So I quit playing. And this is back in, I don't know, 2014, 2015, something like that, when I first got it. I had known about it since it came out in, well, since before it came out. It came out in 2013, but they had trailers and stuff of it like in 2011, 2012. So it was Space Engineers and Minecraft right at the beginning. But Minecraft drew all of the attention, especially because Space Engineers didn't have as much going on. And the learning curve on it was too steep. So, the result of this is I have played this too close. I never played it anymore. I uninstalled it. It didn't make it to the next computer, and it didn't make it to the computer after that. And then I was watching some videos, and I was thinking about something for one of my future YouTube projects. And I realized maybe, just maybe, if I can learn Space Engineers enough, I could do what I want to do in a sort of maybe creative mode or something. Maybe that's my solution. So I installed it again on here and I started playing it. Let me tell you, it's a world of difference between now and what it was back when I tried to play it previously. It is now enjoyable. It is now doable. And there's a lot more going on, including extra DLC and like I was saying, the modding community, everything else. So I have started playing and familiarizing myself with Space Engineers. And last night / this morning, I was testing an idea that I had been tossing around almost from the beginning because of something that I had sort of wanted to try to do. And it's possible. And that is to make a monorail where it's the train is basically affixed to the track and there's no turning, it just goes in a straight line from point A to point B. And what I want to do with this is dig a tunnel, get resources, and while I'm digging, place a single straight line of the large block, the main base building block, or the large structure blocks. And then have this tunnel go all the way under a gigantic gigantic ice lake. Frozen ice, frozen water. And I was going to set up a secondary base over at the ice lake. And I wanted to have transportation that didn't use up all of my hydrogen fuel by jetpacking, and a way for me to transport more things from A to B so that I can actually justify making the journey frequently. So I said, well, straight line is best travel. What's a straight line? What would be better for a straight line than to have just a perfectly straight row of blocks and I could just run down them or drive down them. So I first messed around with driving on the placed blocks with a rover, because you can build vehicles like Land Rovers and spaceships and also airships and things. Turns out wheels do not like the structure blocks, like, at all. Bounce physics are just insane. Especially if you try to make or take advantage of the wheel's zero friction option, which allows you to basically turn any vehicle you want into a hover vehicle. So I was messing around with some ideas and then realized, wait a minute, I could just wrap a vehicle around this block and then slap a cockpit and some cargo containers on it and use it to transport from A to B and do it that way. So I was messing around. I have settled on a design where you rest the train vehicle on the rail with wheels that have maximum strength and zero friction. They don't drive, they don't turn, nothing like that. They just exist. Then, on the sides of the structure block, wrapping around on both sides, coming up or down, depending on how I want to do it, from the layer that has the cockpit, I have these sort of arms coming down and hugging it, and at the ends of the arms are more wheels, but these are actually the driving wheels. These power the thing. They drive on the side while the top just glides along. And with all of my testing, it works like a charm. As long as I don't go above a certain speed. If I go above a certain speed and I'm not paying attention, and I come to a dead stop at the terminal at the far end, at either far end, I am going to explode. No question. It will be zoom, 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 boom. So, I have experimented with tweaking the build and setting some things up so I can have some brakes and all that. But the biggest problem with this is I don't have any DLC or any mods. I am learning the game bare. I am doing the vanilla experience so that I can be familiar with the game enough to understand what mods are important, how some mods and DLC would actually improve my interaction with the game, because my interaction is going to be different from a lot of other people's. A lot of people like to do PvP, so they build ships and shoot each other out of space. I am 100% uncaring about that. You can make it like a roller coaster so the wheels hug the thing, yes. And Johnny and I were experimenting with different designs following that yesterday, that premise. Now, My roller coaster is not a roller coaster. My monorail is not foolproof. So I have a couple other ideas that I'm going to be trying to implement to make it maybe a little bit more complicated to build initially, but safer, so that mindless me can just set the thing to go, and then I can just go get a drink, and by the time I've finished getting my drink, I will safely have arrived at my destination rather than have to be there in person all the time for everything. There is a tendency for wheels to misalign on any structure. They go up, they go down, they don't stay exactly in alignment with where they ought to be. So I have had to implement steering that goes up and down. I have had to implement putting rubber baby buggy bumpers. Maybe not those, but some rubber tires on the front and rear of the vehicle. I see. So that when I do inevitably encounter the terminal at one end or the other, I don't crash and burn. Because, as it turns out, tires have not only zero friction as an option, but by default, it takes very special circumstances for tires to take any damage whatsoever. As long as you're not running into them directly straight on from the side, they're fine. They don't take damage, they don't explode, they don't fall off. Now, if you do come in straight from the side or at some extreme funny angle, yes, they're going to take damage just like the rest of the ship, and they will, because they're bouncy, they will transfer some of the damage to the ship. That's a problem. I tested dropping a wheel or a tire from orbit. I tested dropping it so that the tread is facing the ground versus the side, the rim. I tested all kinds of different options, and if the tire is doing the falling, it will never explode. If the tire is attached to a vehicle and it collides rim on to something, it can cause damage, but not always. As a matter of fact, it's pretty rare. So my plan for my monorail, while it's not 100% idiot proof, so I can accidentally crash if I'm severely not paying attention. Like maybe I've drifted upward and my tires are misaligned or something, and at the same time some other terrible thing has transpired. This might happen. But for the most part, it looks like I can basically just set it to drive. I might be able to autopilot it to go forward, just press a button and let it go all the way forward. If there is the remotest chance of me being able to fine. I'll just put you in 5, 4 or 5, something like that. There we go. If hold on. Oh, that's what I was wanting to talk about. If I can figure it out, there is a way to do coding where you can make scripts that will just automatically perform some duties in the game, and it's actually a part of the game. But it feels like right now that's a little outside of my purview, but I might be able to make a script that starts the train, periodically makes sure that it stays aligned, and then when it gets to a certain runtime, let's say, it will start decelerating, and then when it gets all the way to the end and detects that it is starting to bounce in the opposite direction, it will apply the handbrakes effectively. Because I don't have it on my Streamlabs right now. I'm going to have to add Streamlabs, or add Space Engineers to Streamlabs. Different things seem to happen in different ways when I get to the end of the terminal. It doesn't matter what speed I'm going. Sometimes I'll bounce up, sometimes I'll bounce down, sometimes I'll even bounce to the side a little bit. And what I'm going to have to do is accommodate for a lot of strange variables. And by coding, I mean using C#. It's not even a fun programming language that they've included. You get to use C# to do the scripting. But I have had some experience with C#. It's not an enjoyable language. But I'm holding my fingers crossed. I might be able to, once I begin learning the scripting things, I might be able to sort of automate the shuttle, the tram, the monorail, whatever the train is to be called. And if I do it smartly, I can even include the code so that it doesn't matter how much is being carried or how long the train ride is. It will just work for all instances. That is what I'm hoping to be able to do, but I have no idea if it's possible. I'm still learning all the blocks of the game. I'm in no position yet to begin figuring out the coding for it, but I am pleased to say that I have come up with a working monorail. It actually works. You in here. Actually, are there any more holes that I need to fill in? Little individual ones are not a problem. I'm more interested in stuff like this. Okay. torches. Looks like LB Shadowmaster has gotten their rank. Free dirt rank. Oh, you don't need to apologize, Kettles. I made some of the holes myself. Here, this will help. Where is it? In here? It's in here. That'll help me find them. Some of these little holes were just little parts of caves in the ceiling, just part of the environment. Some of them are remainders from digging out ores. That's where these weird patterns of holes come from. Ores or gravel. Look better. That looks better. That's good. That's not visible. Okay. I think we're good. Copper, acacia. Did I not? No, I thought for sure I got some oak. Ah. Your oak, right here. Putting a piston on a piston. Oh my. Pistonception. Again, this is space engineers they're talking about. Okay. Finished. Aha. This is where I left off. Yeah, I had a long, busy, somewhat fruitful weekend. Bunch of stuff. A little bit of shopping. A little bit of everything. Learning space engineers. It's not Fate, it's Torchlight. I have been playing some Torchlight, trying to see if there are other games in my library that I can maybe do a pacifist run on, especially after the overwhelming success with doing it on Chronicon. which I still need to finish editing and then publish my videos on Chronicon on how to make a Thorns build. Who better to describe a Thorns build than Thorn of Night, right? Oh yeah, I recovered my hover car on Space Engineers. It completely stopped functioning. Couldn't figure out why. And then after I was trying to show Johnny here that it wasn't working, I don't know. It got the opposite of stage fright. Now, I was hoping that maybe whatever this strange lag is that happens on here might have been caused by that Xbox Game Bar thing that's part of Windows, but it's not. It keeps happening on here. Xbox Game Bar, I just went ahead and completely uninstalled it. Hopefully, they did not work some sort of necessary integration into the game with it. That would be disappointing. Alright, that's it for this direction. Now this is going to have, say this will be the ring, well, this part will be the ring here, these three, and this will be the center, the target, so that this will be the acacia and these will be birch. So that means I'm going to have copper aging right here at the very corner. So long term, I'm probably going to at least make this top row all the way around be some kind of wood. And then same thing with this bottom perimeter, also wood. But for right now, I'm just going to focus on the blocks that I have at hand. I'm going to see what sort of time goes by with me working on this project and see what time there is for doing some of that other nitty-gritty stuff. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I've got plenty. Now, let me take a drink here. I poured myself some pumpkin spice coffee, because I'm basic. That's delicious future bathroom visit. Delicious now, bathroom visit not so delicious. Oh, that taking your car to the mechanic thing and having your car not mess up. I have had that so many times. I've had that happen. Where I describe it, they say, yes, I know what this is, bring it in. And I bring it in, and they listen, they look, and it's not doing it at all. They go, I don't even see the evidence that it was doing it. And I say, I promise, I don't want to spend money. It's happening. I don't want to spend the money. I have to spend the money. Pretend it's happening and fix it anyway. Okay, the peppermint mocha creamer is okay, but all you really need for that is some peppermint flavoring to add to your regular mocha creamer. Mocha creamer is around all the time. And just a couple drops, maybe even just one drop, depending on how little coffee you drink. And you can have your very own peppermint mocha latte all year long. Take it from me, I am a November baby, so I love me November foods. I love the fall, and none better amongst the foods than eggnog. And I have mastered the art of homemade eggnog, and it is delicious, and you can have it all year round if you just spend a little bit of time making it. It's really not good for you to eat or drink that many eggs all the time, I've been told. But it's so tasty. I want eggnog. But I've been limiting my egg consumption after the health scare recently. Which is also sad because I do eggs in salad, I do eggs for breakfast, eggs for eggnog. The real trick about homemade eggnog is unless you spend a lot, and I mean a lot of time dealing with the ingredients just so, you're going to end up with lumpy eggnog. Tastes just fine, but your brain is going to go, I'm drinking egg whites, oh no. And also, for instance, nutmeg. Nutmeg doesn't dissolve in water, so you're going to have, depending on how much nutmeg you put in, you're going to have that sort of gritty, grainy mouthfeel. As long as you are okay with these two things, homemade eggnog is a cinch. You don't have to spend a long time. You can just, use a blender or use, what I use is just a wire whisk and whisk it by hand and then pour it into a pitcher, and then when I want to drink my next glassful, I take a big spoon and mix it up again, and then I pour it into the cup. It's all good to go. But when it's made at a facility and packaged, and you can just go buy the carton or jug, or I guess maybe if it's like this in Canada, the bag of eggnog. Yes, they have bags of milk up north of Freedom Land. Anyway, the way they do it, it stays in the mixing process and the homogenizing and everything else so long that the nutmeg doesn't have a chance for one little grain to be touching another grain. And the other ingredients kind of emulsify it, make it so that it doesn't lump back together, and you really don't have to do much shaking to get it all to work in the carton. It's basically good to go straight out the jug. But when it's homemade, you don't have the ability to make a 33,000 gallon vat of it and have big spinning mixers going for hours at a time blending all those ingredients together and evenly distributing them and aerating everything properly and all that kind of stuff. You're just there in the kitchen with a whisk or an egg beater and going, please don't make me sick from drinking raw eggs, which you, unless it's bad, you won't get sick from that. People say, don't eat raw cookie dough, the raw eggs will make you sick. No, it won't. No, it won't. Never will. It's the flour that'll make you sick. And as long as you pre-bake the flour before you make, quote, raw cookie dough edible, raw edible cookie dough, or I guess I should say edible raw cookie dough. As long as you pre-bake the flour alone, you can eat all the raw cookie dough you want without worrying about getting sick from the ingredients. Now, you can overdo it on the sugar and overdo it on the sweets and all that kind of stuff. That's a separate thing. No, I can't make 33,000 gallons of eggnog at once. The price of milk is too high. This feels... no, they're both 3. It just felt off. These are all 3s. Yeah, you can make some homemade eggnog. I actually have the recipe for homemade eggnog on my food channel on my Discord. You can look for eggnog in the search and bring it up. One of my favorite things to do is have eggnog in July. There's nothing that says eggnog needs to be fall only drink. As a matter of fact, most of the eggs you're gonna get are being laid in the spring anyway. Makes more sense to have the eggnog in the spring. Now, I will say this. What a lot of people associate eggnog with is not just the milk plus eggs plus sugar plus eggnog or plus nutmeg. No, what most people associate eggnog with is that plus alcohol. That's a whole other thing. That is a whole other drink. Alcoholic eggnog is a completely different creature, and you have to treat it a little bit differently for making it, and it's almost as easy to make it at home, but when you do it that way, you do sort of have to stay on top of making sure the ingredients are properly separated and all that kind of stuff, because otherwise the alcohol does do a little bit of funny things depending on which kind you use. But I like me just plain old eggnog. Now, holiday nog. Holiday nog is really... okay, you will find places or companies labeling their stuff holiday nog for like Prairie Farms holiday nog, but they'll also have eggnog, and it makes you think, oh, this one's alcoholic. No, it's not. I don't know what the difference is on the non-alcoholic versions of eggnog versus holiday nog, but holiday nog is usually, or was usually, reserved as a term that meant the alcoholic version of eggnog. And I don't know, I did not get the memo when they transitioned terminology to just be interchangeable or whatever it is, the difference between the two. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a generational gap thing. Who knows? Boop. And then this, and getting there. Almost done with this direction. as long as I don't run out of materials, I should be good to get, at the very least, this copper aging area done in today's stream. That's my hope. Is this that track that just goes on in silence for... Oh no, that's a different one. Ooh, I need to actually go on to the YouTube free to the creators. They have this little section on the content creators page. You can access a bunch of royalty-free or duty-free or whatever music that you can just... Attribution-free, there we go. That you can just use without having to name what you're using. And periodically, new stuff shows up, and I haven't looked at it for a couple of months. There might be some new stuff. Lengthen my playlist a bit. Because as it stands, my playlist is... Okay. View... Playlist. There we go. My playlist is a grand whopping total of... Scrolly. Why you not tell me total duration? Why you do this to me? I will do it this way. Scrolly. I have 99 items. And properties. Will this give me the total duration? No, it won't. What? Why? Why was I forced to get Windows 10? This is so awful. There isn't even all the functionality that's in Windows 7. Windows 7 was such a great operating system. I think I've got 4 hours and like 30 or 20 some odd minutes worth of playtime for everything in my entire playlist, which is, it's great, and it plays on random, so some of it plays twice even during a normal stream, and then my streams that last longer for sure get everything to play at least once usually. But it would be nice to have a little bit more, some new stuff thrown in, so I can have the excitement of hearing it for the first time for a few times. Last night, I listened to, in order to get some restful sleep and also have some nifty dreams, I listened to a 10-hour video on YouTube that was called, let's see here, scroll this out, move this over here, put that down, scroll this down. It was called Rainy Monster Infested Post-Apocalyptic City Ambience. Extended 10 hours. And it was pleasant. I liked it. Oh, I bet I know where I can get the actual full playlist. If I load it over in media player, but I don't want to mess with all that right now. Go. So, on the subject of Torchlight, which I was talking about earlier, doing the attempt at a pacifist run, I have managed to find more items of gear that I can use to have damage reflection, and it is, other than the bosses, it is keeping pace well enough that I'm able to have things die around me, and as long as I stay on top of the healing and the potion drinking, I stay alive. And as long as I stay alive and they stay dead, it works. The problem is my pet. With Torchlight, it's like the Fate game. You get this little pet that runs around. You can make it pick up loot. You can send it to town with its full backpack to sell stuff. I think in Torchlight 2, you can actually tell the pet to buy things while it's in town. Maybe buy some more potions or whatever. Cute little game, fun. I love it. I absolutely love those styles of RPG, action RPG. I guess loot dungeon crawlers is the best term. I love them. I love Fate, love Diablo, love all those sorts of things. But with this pet, you can have it set to 3 different modes. Aggressive, which means it will try to attack anything it sees whenever it sees it. Defensive, which means it will only attack when provoked. And then passive, which means it will not attack ever, no matter what. So if I'm doing a pacifist run, it makes most sense to use the passive mode on the pet. Here is the problem. The enemies will still target the pet. And there is only one small thing that I can do to help give the pet any sort of thorns reflectivity or anything like that, and it's only partial. So my pet is just going to be dying and dying and dying and dying and dying. So my solution to this is to just pretend that the pet is an extended Thorns aura. I even named my pet Thorns aura just to have that in place. But it feels kind of shystery to have the pet running off and doing some attack. It only attacks if something attacks it or me first. So it is only reflexive. So I don't feel as bad about it, but it is attacking. But if it doesn't, it's just going to die and 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 die. So I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I will have to come up with some sort of decision. But for right now, the best thing that I can do is just let it be on defensive only and just pretend that it is a Thorns aura. That's the only thing I can think of. Let's put you in 15. see here. How to go about this? If I tear up the whole floor, stuff's going to just start spawning and being a problem. I'm gonna have to set the floor lighting in first. That's the only solution that I can think of that's worth doing. So, I was going to go over to my storage from this level. That's not gonna work. Third floor, right side, all the way back is lighting. Wait, did I grab a shulker of ochre? No, I did not. I might need to actually have two. Then I went with the verdant. Also, we'll probably need two of that. Maybe. Now, I could have gone with sea lanterns. Problem is, the colors don't work well with the woody kind of colors, and also, I don't really have a lot. I could have gone with glowstone, that would look terrible. Magma, terrible again. Or, not magma, shroom lights. Magma would look terrible. It really is, it's only this that would look okay. And that's because it has that grainy texture to it. That wood grain texture. I'm just basically double justifying my decision for going with the frog lights. There's not much lighting available. Gonna have to get used to that string. This down here. That's the ochre, so put this down here. Piston on piston both work. That's fantastic news. I just saw that. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's right. There we go. New player, huh? Let's get the paste. See if I can get it before they leave the server. Once I put in the frog lights, it does make this room feel a little bit smaller than it originally did, so that's nice. All right. So this is going to be here. Yeah. By the way, Cuddles, you said you wanted to know if there's anything you could do to help other than like sending Junebug to AFK for some frog lights, which that's gonna be like super helpful, by the way. If you want, you can come down here and help put things in following the pattern, or dig the holes for the lights or whatever. You can do that if you wish. Up to you. No requirement. There we go. So it's 3 in between. Now, I know of a reasonable enough build to make the placing and the gathering of the copper a sort of automated affair. But the problem with it is it uses flying contraptions, and as long as you don't have some huge flying contraption, which, whoa, there goes all my stuff. Technically, an automatic, like a gravel door, like if you put a 3x3 door or something on a build, that's technically the same thing as a flying contraption as far as block moving is concerned. And they don't like to have the flying contraptions on the server because they cause, honestly, a lot of latency, especially in the area where they exist. But if, say, a bunch of people had different contraptions going all the time in their chunks, then having all the information being sent all the time across the entire server would be just awful. It would be a pain that would be unbearable, and it would be unfun for everyone sitting through all of that constant hiccuping lag. So they say no to it. But the thing is, this is no longer a 50-player server. This is a little guy. And I think it is justifiable to allow a little bit of contraptioning. Not a lot, but a little. But even with that, in order to make a copper farm semi-automated, the contraption is not a little anything. There is a lot going on with it, a lot of special timing and a huge swath of it, and it's slime and honey blocks everywhere, and it's just a pain. It is a big mess, and I don't really think it's worth the block expenditure, the hassle of getting the timing right, because it's going to be different on a server than it is on single player when you set it up. So I am just going to leave this as single usage. Where'd the Enderman go? Oh, it wasn't an Enderman, it was a witch? It was a witch. Okay, I thought that was an Enderman sound for some reason. Great. Thanks, brain. Go over there. Thank you. Also, as far as like flying contraptions are concerned, I think that it would be reasonable to be able to expect that I should be able to do the elevators that go from the ruins of Lordaeron down to Undercity as an actual thing you stand on rather than a bubble elevator. I will default to a bubble elevator if I have to, but I'm going to try to get a special okay for a push button elevator that just goes from above ground to underground in just one of the 3 tubes for Undercity. I think that would be not too unreasonable thing to want. That was weird. But I'm nowhere near the point where I can install those yet, so I'm not going to mess with it. But I think I think it's feasible. Does it still look lined up? Yeah. Also, Mr. Bast, what do you mean by can you win $2,000? Where? On what? Because if you're saying on here, you go. Oh, wait, you won't actually travel. Only your dead cart will travel. That's right. If you're asking if you can win $10,000 on here on Performium, you can win $10,000 by not just 2,000 but 10,000. You can win 10,000 by doing a vote on all 5 of these sites and then claiming your vote reward. I have 0 vote rewards right now. And those vote rewards have a chance of being in-game currency. So if that's what you're asking, then yes, you can win $2,000. If you're asking in real life, I don't even see where or how that would be an option. Still in line? Yes, it is. 1, 2, 3, boop, boop. And again, I'm only putting the frog lights in the floor. And since I'm going to be tearing up the floor to make room for all the rest of the blocks, some of that will destroy the torches, and I need light. So, frog lights first, rest of the floor second. 2, 3, and boop boop. Grab the soul torch. I'm ambivalent to the existence of the deep slate and the tough and all that. But the soul torch for me is important because I am using the soul torches for my Minger Sponge build. Ah, they're trying to pretend. Okay, that makes more sense. If they're trying to pretend to do that, Mr. Beast doesn't. People don't win it, they just receive it. unless he has changed his MO, it is not a contest that determines when someone gets Mr. Beast's money. It is just luck of the draw. You're in the right place at the right time. You buy just the right cheeseburger. You show him something that he's in the mood to see on a given day. Whatever. And then he will dispense funds. Three, and then whoop. Oops, wrong spot. Not that it really matters. The whole floor is going to get dug up anyway, but it's the principle of the thing. Alright, and then these last ones on this side, and fill them in. Or I could just go ahead and clear out the other side and go all of them in at once. Still in line? Yes, it is. Right there in the middle. Awesome. Oh, I engaged Super Breaker. Bah humbug. Super Breaker is the special ability for mining, which allows you to get triple the drops and increase speed, like greatly increase speed. But I am rank 8 out of 8, which means my ore yield for blast mining, or I'm sorry, the blast mining is rank 8 out of 8. My Super Breaker is, oh, it just has Super Breaker rank. Interesting. My Super Breaker length is 22. The double drop chance for normal is 100%. So when you use Super Breaker, you get a triple drop chance. So if you break a gold ore with a silk pick, you're going to get 3 gold ore out of it. I haven't really messed with blast mining. Now on this server, that because of the very limited amount of sand, I'm not going to be messing with blast miner, but you can do some pretty cool stuff where you place AT&T and then come way over here and go, just with your pick, you go right click on it and it just goes kaboom. But if you look here, it shows the blast radius is increased. So if the diameter for a normal explosion was, say, 5, And that means that the diameter of the new blast is 13. It's 4 on the left and 4 on the right. 4 forward, 4 back, and up and down. It's 4 in every direction, larger than a normal blast radius. And it drops less of the junk, so less cobblestone, less diorite, and that sort of thing, and triple the ore. So blast mining is really cool, but on this server it's I've used it a few times to help some people clear some stuff out, but oh, and I also used it once to get to and deal with a warden, which was honestly a pain in the butt dealing with that thing because of how it was placed. But on here, it's... if you don't really care about the limited resources, there's nothing, I guess, wrong with using it. It bothers me to watch a really good building material, sand, and all the possibilities that sand has. All the different variants of sandstone, and then all of the different types of concrete and all that. Sand is a great building block and or material. And also glass. But you can get some glass from trading with villagers, so that's not as much of an issue, but still, the limited nature of the sand on this server makes it so that I personally place a value on sand and using it for TNT to do something that I can do almost faster with a pick. It seems excessively wasteful. Not just a little, excessively. Because with efficiency 50, you can mine even obsidian super fast, even while flying. Now, not everyone's going to have access to efficiency 50. I get that. This is because of winning some tokens during RGA's Saturday streams. Cuddles is pretty lucky. What's going on? Let's see here. Donnie actually came on this server one time about a week-ish ago, 5:30 one afternoon, on accident. He wasn't meaning to come on here. Donnie does not play on Performium. Donnie doesn't even do his videos on Performium. He does not care about Performium anymore. In all honesty. As a matter of fact, the last time Donnie did a video on Performium was in 2020. And only then because he was frustrated, probably because of lockdown. But what he does is he plays his private server, modded private server, with his IRL friends, and he over the top exaggerates his excitement about trolling them. And his friends, they react like a normal person would, but then Donnie goes, oh, look at what they did, oh, beer, 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 and all that kind of stuff. It's ridiculous. I am not a fan of the clowns. And because Performium is no longer a trolling server anyway, he really has no interest in Performium. Is there anything wrong with someone liking that sort of content? No, there's nothing wrong with it. If that is what brings you joy, then that is what brings you joy. There's no accounting for taste, as they say. Enforcing it on someone else, that's where it becomes a problem. But as long as it's just your own source of joy, have at, enjoy. We get but one life. Oh yeah, you were out getting acacia, that's right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cuddles. Precisely. I don't understand the appeal of the clown culture. I don't. But it must be some sort of generational thing that I was too early for. I missed the bus, as it were. Now, that's not to say that I don't appreciate some of what I understand is called millennial humor. There's some of it that's okay. It's not all bad. It's not all good either. It's not all bad. It's not that they're funny. Here is the rundown of the millennial humor. It's funny because someone else says it's funny, and then in order to feel like part of that group, you go, oh, ha 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 ha, until it becomes instinctual to laugh at that sort of thing. It is a social phenomenon. It has happened generation after generation for different kinds of things. That, especially in the humor category, where things that are just absurd and not funny at all are considered to be excessively funny because popular people say it is. That is the reason for the phenomena. There is no actual humor in it. It isn't funny by that definition. It is funny if you consider absurdity to be funny. How's that? But the phenomena very much is, it's enjoyable because someone else says it was, and so you force yourself to try to enjoy it. The term acquired taste is used a lot to describe this situation. It is also the same, it is the same reason for the popularity of the Kardashians. I almost said Cardassians, which are the race of aliens from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. But anyway, it is important and valuable because someone else says it is important and valuable. It in and of itself holds little to no merit. But because it is socially agreed upon, that's where its value comes from. And unfortunately for me, I could never get into that sort of niche. It makes my skin crawl thinking about even trying to do any of that kind of her kind of humor. Like it gives me such enormous anxiety that I shut down. But because of that, I will never be able to have that level of, let's call it popularity, that the clowns do. I will never get that. And I'm okay with that. That's not my objective. I don't want to be a clown. I could very easily be doing different things if I had no scruples. But I am very glad that other people get to enjoy what they are enjoying of that. It's just not for me. I really don't need that many of these anymore. I think it won't even go through all this. Then I have to dig the lights in the other direction. Actually, I don't need to. This will be enough light for me to just dig up the whole rest of the floor. And then I can place in the floor as needed. Perfect. Now, when it comes to what people enjoy, that whole no accounting for taste thing, it tends to mean food taste, but there's other kinds of taste. Taste in clothing, taste in humor. But specifically, if I go in the category of taste as in food, the matter of salt versus sugar comes up a lot. Here in the US, we put sugar and salt on everything, but when it comes to treats, it's almost exclusively sugar. A zebra cake would taste terrible if the ingredient was salt and not sugar. Anything in the little Debbie boxes would be awful if they were salty and not sweet. But if you go other parts of the world and get, say you're a fan of coffee or you're a fan of licorice, instead of adding sugar, they add salt. And that's what they're raised with. That's what they know. And then when they taste sweet licorice or sweet coffee, it is just so off-putting to them because it's not salty. But on the other side of that coin, we taste salty licorice or salty coffee and we go, no, this is wrong. There's something wrong with this. But they are both equally as valid an option. It's just whatever you're used to. I stopped adding sugar to my, not my hot tea, but my pitcher tea. Like when I make a whole bunch of it at once, I just leave it completely unsweetened. And since I started doing that, I have occasionally gone to a diner or whatever that has tea on the menu, and I go, okay, I'll have some tea. Forgetting that by default, especially in the southern half of the US, the southeast part for sure, tea by default means sweet tea. And so I get my tea, I take my drink, and I go, whoa, there's sugar in here and there's way too much. Whereas that same tea a long time ago for me, it wouldn't have been sweet enough. I would have wanted to add more sugar to it. So just by a little bit of, let's say, practice, you can acclimate to different kinds of taste. That said, I have tried to enjoy, I have tried to imitate the clown YouTuber vibe, and I just can't do it. I can't stomach it. It is just awful for me. And that's okay. I don't feel any things wrong with people who do like it. I don't feel anything's wrong with people like PewDiePie and all them. It's just not for me. So that is all of the ochre frog lights that I need to put in the floor. I didn't even need the second shulker. Nice. Now let's tear all this up. Is that a hole in the wall? No. When it all comes down to it, I'm glad people are happy. Oh, and this is a great example. Me digging this like this demonstrates that the frog lights are not going to go anywhere when I actually do the harvesting. So, very happy. Ocean moment. Ocean monument, yes. Question is it claimed? The second question is, has it been fully rated, as in, are there sponges? These are good, big, important questions to ask. Oh, hello. Oh, no. Let's grab this. Put you there. Oh, I went too far up. Oh, by the way, this was the bottom of my original base. For those who are new or haven't seen this aspect, this was my original temp base. And then down here is where I have now calculated the bottom of Undercity to be. So all of this is getting dug out. As a matter of fact, also all of it up to a certain height up there is getting dug out as well. And then I have all this space between here and here that I could still theoretically put to use for something. What something? I don't know. But I'm sure I can come up with something. Alright, did I get all of the loose torches? I believe I did. I'm going to just go ahead and grab all of them. way I don't have to keep making sure that there's room in my inventory and making sure to pick all of them up as I'm picking up the floor. I just want to dig and go. And in case you're wondering why the soul torches are so important for me to preserve, even though they're, quote, just torches, it's because they cost soul sand in order to make, and I am specifically using them because of how the color of the torch part, the flame part of the torch, goes nicely enough with chiseled deep slate for my build of the Menger sponge. And my Menger sponge is off of Redstone Road, and let's make it P time at noon. And it is still underway. I have not done any work on it in the past week, so it is still where it was last time. But it is this object here. And in order to illuminate it, so the mobs don't spawn, I'm using soul torches. So that the color is not the yellow, offensive, glaringly outlandish color. It matches the vibe of the block palette. And there's only one block in this whole palette, but there is a general vibe. And if it comes down to having yellow versus blue, blue every time. At least for my eyes, looks better on this. And if you know where this place is, you can come down Redstone Road, spawn is that way. You come out about 880 blocks and come down here, and here's a place for donating. You can even set a home on the diamond block, and I've had no donations, but this is where I've gotten a number of donations. This here is owned by, not the administrator. This here is owned by Daniel. And while this is small, this is still part of the reason why they have disabled observer blocks on the Candy SMP. This right here. A single pulse comes in, and it just loops and loops and loops. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, I have used my paste. Let's go get my link again. Sill. Wow. Perfect timing to ask your question. halfway. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa. A limit on a pair. Why are there white or yellow torches here? Oh, and this is why I'm saying that. The yellow and the orange, yes, it's good fire color, but this goes better with the grays, especially because the gray has a slightly bluish hue to it. Ever so slightly. So this week, I am going to be, after I'm done putting in these farms and things for my streams, I am going to probably, for maybe Wednesday and Thursday, I will probably be doing either oops, come on, let me fly and get just above the ground. There we go. Either space engineers or maybe Torchlight, but Torchlight seems like I'm going to have to just play the whole game all the way to the end and see the viability of doing a boss by boss, a test run on just doing it pacifist, whether that's pacifist with the animal or without it, letting the animal just die and die and die and die and die. Because you can't just park the animal at some stable in town. It's always with you all the time. So, because of that, I'm going to have to do some testing. And I might do that during a Discord stream, but I don't know if I want to do it anymore, at least right now, on a YouTube stream, until I know for sure whether or not I'm going to be doing a start to finish pacifist run. Moss blocks? Yeah, there's moss blocks. This server is 1.19.2. So yes, there are moss blocks. Oh no! Showing, do this. And I'll grab this. And I will place this in here. And then I'll do this. Come back down. This is probably going to happen a few more times. Like, I'll keep forgetting that this is so close. And I'll just dig down and pop through the ceiling. Oh, PB2. Soul torches go in here. Snowballs are not with the blocks. Snowballs are with the friendly mob drops. I think 4th floor on the right. This is going to be the best way to clear this out. To just keep doing sweeps like this. And then when it comes to these just go like that. And then I miss. Your best hat. My best hat is a top hat. I am always wearing a button shirt, tie, a vest, and when I go out, a top hat. Because it's enjoyable to wear. I like the aesthetic, but also, mysteriously enough, if you dress up just a little bit, make yourself presentable, people treat you better. People open whole lanes. Cashiers will say, "Hey, I'll open up over here on lane whatever so you can check out, so you don't have to wait in line, sir." Oh, thanks. My best hat is a top hat. I have a hat band of many different colors. Or I should say I have many different hat bands of several different colors. And I changed the hat band out to match whatever shirt and tie I'm wearing at the time. So generally blue, I put a sort of blue hat band on. Generally green gets a green, red, red, black, black, that sort of thing. Also on my top hat, not to leave out the whole bling thing, I have a number of pins that I have been awarded from different things. I have a star that I got from an astronomy related thing. I have an atom that I got from a science thing. I have a diagram of the Pythagorean theorem from my math club that I was in. Yes, I'm one of those nerds. Then I also, once I can figure out where I put it, I'm going to be adding it to the row of pins. I have a pin for winning the Presidential Academic Fitness Award, which is to say, every year certain students in the country with certain sorts of not only grades but also standing, like you don't get any pink slips or whatever during your stay in that year's or that semester or whatever. You get a little special award in a frame, and you get a little pin, and I don't even know if they still do it anymore, but I figured, you know what, if I'm putting some pins in my hat, might as well include that one. That way I've got astronomy, chemistry, mathematics, and just general scholastics represented as little badges on my hat. Because they are things I enjoy, might as well. Maybe I can find some other pin amongst my collection of past things that I can add to it, but I think that's basically all the ones that I have that are, at least in my opinion, worthy of putting on that hat in that category. I get comments all the time about how I dress, and I very simply say it probably costs me less to wear what I'm wearing than it costs most people to dress up in their polo shirts and all that kind of stuff. So if it costs less and you get special treatment for doing it, why not? Especially if it's enjoyable to wear. The only downside is the hat on windy days. That's even advantageous to sunny days. I get a brim all the way around my head. And the top has just a felt number that I found on eBay. Probably for, I think, $8, $10, something like that. Maybe 12 after shipping. Doesn't have to be a $7 hat. It's just a hat. But the hat makes people have a certain perspective. Plus, I'd like to see more people start wearing hats. Bring hats back. I don't care if it has to be a fedora even. Bring hats back. As a matter of fact, there's nothing wrong with fedoras. Says Indiana Jones. Oh, there's an alarm. And this time I believe I need to deal with the alarm. If you'll give me just a moment, I will be right back. All right, chore taken care of. Excellent. Let's see here. Heal, because I just noticed that. Let's get back to it. Looks like I have to work a little bit faster. Cuddles is basically here. Oh no, oh no! At least it was only cactus this time and not glowberry. Oh, thinking back to what I was talking about before, space engineers, as I understand it, a number of the mods assume that you have all of the DLCs that that mod needs. So, while there is a large modding community for space engineers, there is a subset of them that is just the pure vanilla experience, and that's where I am right now. I don't have any of the DLC for space engineers, and I probably won't for quite some time. So what I have to do is figure out how I'm going to be using it in the vanilla experience. Alright, PV, what was it, 15? 15, look at that. So, the wood down here, the oak wood goes this direction. But the way I'm going to have to do it is on either side of these ochre lights. Is that right? Then the intersection here, this is going to be tile, or the brick. How did I get all of the wood in my inventory? That is a great question, and this is part of the reason why people in the past have called me an edutainer, because I do like to teach these sorts of things as I go. If you have two inventories, say a shulker and your inventory, and you pick something up in your hand or in your mouse, then you hold shift and double click on an item, all copies of that item will transfer from one inventory to the other. That is a vanilla mechanic that most people do not know. And it feels oh so good to be able to teach people about its existence. How am I going to? I know exactly how I'm going to do this. If you like this information, please like the video. Haha! I did it this time. if I go like this? Yeah, this feels like it's gonna end up being better. Ooh. My sleeve got bunched up. Started shutting off some of the sensation to my finger. That's no bueno. I use that for clicking. Now this copper aging farm is, oh, here, let me get this out of my offhand. I forgot that I had that. Is not the biggest copper aging farm that you could make in a vanilla experience. It's just for the purposes of this server, any chunk that a player is in, it will only keep loaded that chunk and the next 3 chunks out. So 4 chunks away, which means it is, say you're in this chunk here, this is a chunk, you want to keep things loaded. That is the area, if you draw it out as a square, that is the area of how many chunks you can keep loaded if you stand here. So it's 3 there, 1 here, 3 there. So it's 7 across by 7 across. 7 times 7 is 49. So you can keep, one player can keep at absolute most without some trickery, much of which is bannable on the server. A single player can only keep 49 chunks loaded at any given time. So if you want to be aging copper, you have to keep the chunks loaded. And that means you need to make sure to keep all of your farms, all the things that need to be chunk loaded to work, within a 7 chunk by 7 chunk area centered around where you are going to be spending your time. So I put my main workshop in the dead smack center of this area at the very bottom of the map, and that is where all the activity happens, so that while we're doing stuff we can have things stay loaded around us, or when we're AFK, we can AFK in the middle and everything stays loaded. All the copper ages, all the glowberries grow, all the cacti turn to bone meal. So this is as big as I can go on this server. In a normal vanilla experience, actually I don't know if it's changed in the last few versions. I don't know what the normal, just the default render or chunk load distance is. Minecraft normal, or I should say vanilla chunk load at once. I don't want to build a chunk loader. How many chunks are loaded at once on Minecraft? In multiplayer mode, a grid with a number with a default in radius of 10 for a total of 21 by 21 or 441 chunks is loaded around each player. So the default is 10 chunks, but they don't want to keep 441 chunks loaded for one player if they're not actually doing anything. So they dropped it down to a more reasonable size. And so it's 49 chunks, 7 by 7. Because if you go up just one more, then it becomes 81 chunks, or 9 by 9. And while that would be much more lovely for being able to see an entire build at once, those extra 32 chunks, is that right? Sounds right, are just a stupendous difference in server resources. So I have to tailor all of my farms around the 7 chunk by 7 chunk area. Now chunk is 16 blocks by 16 blocks, so there's a bit more than, it seems like 7 by 7 is not that much, but if you look at this whole place, I literally can't see the other side of it from here because it has unloaded, but it's 7 times 16. Let's see here, 5 times 16 is 80, plus another 16 and another 16, so 80 plus 32. Let's see here, before I jump the gun with that math, let me make sure I'm doing the right math. 16, yeah, 16 by 16 is 1 chunk, so, well, let me just say it in a different way. A chunk is 16 squared, and to visualize that I can actually bring up the grid. Here we go. This would be 1 chunk. A side of 1 chunk is 16, all the way to this blue line here. Then I turn 90 degrees and I go 16 over here. So that's what, 256 blocks, I believe? 256 blocks times 49 is, back of the napkin, let's say that's 250 times 50. That would be 2 zeros at the end of 25 times 5, so 12500. So that's 12,500 blocks. Is that right? That sounds wrong. Now I'm going to have to bring out the calculator. 256 times 49. Oh, 12,544 blocks. Cool. My brain still works. Sometimes. And when you think about it like that, a normal player on this server, at most, at absolute most, if they play all the time, but they never actually come in to here and buy using gems, they never come down here and get any claim blocks, which you would need to get 2,000 more for your claims. If you have 3,000, you'd need to still get 2,000 more for your claims to stay put. Most people only play until the point where they get 3,000 claim blocks. You can see that here. 3,000 blocks from play, 300,000 that I've purchased on this server. I have 303,000 total claim blocks. So 3,000 claim blocks for a normal user who actually does play all the time but hasn't bought any more. 4 of those could fit in here, just in here, the entirety of all the claims they own, and there would still be 544 more blocks to spare. So this space is no small potatoes. So let's see here. You wanted me to TP to you, Ninja River, TPA Ninja. It's a trap. Let's see here. Oh, this is. Oh, this is. Oh, that's right. You live in one of Murgesh's areas. That's right. So we have a very decorative place. We've got. Uh, I is that. This is RGA Minecraft. Is that Jeff? That's got to be Jeff. That has to be Jeff. Camera guy Jeff. I'm pretty sure that's camera guy Jeff. You've got that artwork. Let's see here. What have we got going on here? Nether portal. This would be the land that I call Miramurg. This would be Murgesh's base with a nice little lampshade or lampstand and lampshade, and I actually love this combo. This makes a great lampshade, it really does. And the dragon egg makes a perfect lamp. And all you need to do to make it work nice is the block that you put it on just needs to emit light, and then you can just, you know, put some trapdoors or something around it, and you're good. Or you can put light behind it, and that's kind of the sneakier way to do it. That's funny. I said I just burned my TPR and then they burned to death as I was typing it. That's great. There you go. New TPR. I will... Oh, I can't do back, can I? Where's back? Dang. Home. Under. Do. Then I just come down here. Yep, there we go. Cuddles is helping with the verdant frog lights. Oh no! Oh, Cuddles! Cuddles! Oh no! Oh no. You're doing them up and down. It didn't even occur to me that you would be doing them wrong. The grain is supposed to go this direction. Cuddles, 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 stop. Please stop. It occurs to me that probably frog lights are not what you need to be doing right now. I know what you could do. You are quite welcome, by the way, for the TPR. And also, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it needs to go like that. So, that is going to be... They're all going to need to come up anyway. So go ahead and pick them up. And instead, why don't you... where is... Which one did I put it in? Was it in 1? It was in 1. Why don't you use deep slate bricks in these locations? Up above. And also directly below them if you want to take the time to measure that out. But it's going to be easier to do that after I get at least the oak logs in place. That way you're working on the ceiling while I'm working on the floor, but you will need to pick up all of these ochre frog lights, please. It hadn't even occurred to me that you might not have noticed that part of the preliminary setup. I want everything to be stripes going this way. You're okay, Cuddles. You're fine. You just missed that spot. That's fine. Digging them up is a cinch. I think it's a hoe. I think the hoe is the tool for the frog lights. Is that right? Now I have to confirm that. Let's see here. No. Is it the axe? No. Is it shears? Is there no tool for the frog lights? Oh no. Oh no. There's no tool for the frog lights. That's awful. I'm so sorry, Cuddles. Also, thank you for subscribing ATO Vlogs. Welcome to the crew. I stream on here weekly, and I do other games as well. And when I'm not streaming on here, like after I'm done with my YouTube streams, which happen Monday through Thursday, I also sometimes do some weekend streams on here, but usually it's just Monday through Thursday. But either way, when I'm not streaming on here, I'm probably streaming on my Discord, which you can join by following the link down in the description. And there's lots of stuff to do over there, but in order to see the stuff and to participate, you have to pick a role. Otherwise, you'll show up and go, ooh, crickets, bye. I promise you, there's a lot of stuff on my Discord, but in order to prevent bots, I just have that single little thing where you have to pick a reaction role. And boy, does it work. It keeps the bots out. Why is... Oh, this is the center line. Okay. So I am on a completely unrelated note. I am thinking about getting a new weighted blanket. There are several health benefits to having a weighted blanket. It is like a hug, and the reason why we hug each other is for this one specific kind of health reason. Certain kinds of torso compression, like steady, firm pressure, like a hug, or, you know, a weighted blanket, what they do is they change your metabolism, they change your pulse rate, they change your blood pressure, they change many of the physiological attributes. They make it so that you can have better sleep. You are more comfortable, you don't need to toss and turn as much. But weighted blankets cost a lot. I was fortunate enough to have found one at a Goodwill for like 15 bucks or something. But I happen to also be very proficient with a crochet hook. And I have made lots of really neat, nerdy stuff. I made most of the big stuff that I do is blankets. I have a creeper. I have some fractals like a Sierpinski carpet, Pascal's triangle. I have the Game of Thrones Stark family logo because winter is coming and a blanket is useful. I have a TARDIS because it's warmer on the inside. I have a periodic table of elements. I have all kinds of wonderful little nerdy things that I've made. I tried to sell them, put them on Etsy, but it turns out nerd-related hand-crocheted crafts are a bit more niche than I could feasibly make a living off of. So I haven't really put anything like that up for a long time, but I could make a weighted blanket if I can figure out what the little pouches are that they put into the weighted blankets. I might be able to get those far cheaper than the cost of the weighted blanket, because that's how, you know, making things works, is the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So if a weighted blanket costs, say, $100, and I can usually pretty safely say that markup is, for a manufacturer's purpose, at least double. It's usually way more than double, but let's say it's just double. That means that all of the parts for making a normal weighted blanket is, about 50 bucks if it's a $100 weighted blanket, which that's a cheap kind. That means that of those 50 bucks, some of it is blanket and the rest is the weighted stuff. Since I have tons of yarn and tons of know-how, all I would need is the little pouches that make it a weighted blanket. And then I could make the blanket myself for far less than it would take to just buy a weighted blanket. But there's a problem. I have recently injured my wrist. I can do things where my hand is flat, like I can use my left hand for WASD, and as long as I'm not twisting and turning, I can pick some stuff up in some ways. But oh, you got one for 70 bucks? That's pretty affordable, actually. I bet it doesn't hold well together in the washing machine and dryer, but that is affordable. So the question then becomes, how much injury am I willing to put on myself in trade for the health benefits of a weighted blanket? And it looks like it's coming down to, it's going to be wiser for me to just get a weighted blanket. So I'm going to start going on the hunt for weighted blankets, going to some of the local Goodwills, things like that. But I will be calling first, I guess, because if I go to the local Goodwills, then by the time I've spent a few weeks looking for them, I will have spent as much money in gas as it would have cost me to just get a weighted blanket. So I'm going to start looking used first. Then if I have to, maybe I can get lucky and find one for 70 bucks. Because if it's just 70 bucks, that's in the category of more affordable. Because last time I was looking at weighted blankets, it was like $124 was the norm. Let's see here. Maybe it's gone down considerably. Weighted blankets. Shopping. Really? $30 for a queen size 15-pound weighted blanket. Are you kidding me? Even with $7 delivery, that's stupendous. What? No way. Well, it looks like I'm not making a weighted blanket after all. But that still brings me to the other part of the conversation. Shortly before I injured my wrist, I had dug back out one of my other hand crochet projects. And what it is I am making a tapestry of the entirety of the original Legend of Zelda world map. Little bits at a time. And I had been doing it quite some time ago, and then I put it down because I started having a different kind of wrist injury because I was my job at the time was doing transcription work. People would send me audio, and then I would have to type up all the spoken words and separate it by who was speaking and all that kind of stuff, and then send back the transcript. That's called transcription. And in order to make it even remotely financially worth my while, I had to just grind and grind and grind and keep going and keep going and keep going. And it just eventually, it just wore down my wrists to the point where I was just having a constant bad day. I would work and then I couldn't do anything else, so I just sat there and bemoaned my existence of pain. I finally realized, maybe I should stop doing this work because this pain is not worth the work and the payment. So I stopped doing that. And the problem is I didn't pick up my crochet again. And So it's just sat in the closet or in the corner or in the tubs or in the baskets or whatever. And I was thinking about trying to finish off this year by doing one little patch at a time of it until I was able to, maybe for Christmas or something, list the entire thing on eBay. The entire thing, hand crocheted. We're talking like 6 feet long, 3mm stitches, tiny little things, for like 1,200 bucks. And yes, that's a low price for that sort of thing, in case you're wondering. I would put it up for 1,200. If it goes, cool. If it didn't, then I have another nerdy tapestry. And if it goes for more, then even better. That might incentivize me to maybe make another one. But I had just started doing that project again. And then apparently I did some mid-sleep acrobatics. And now my wrist, in a completely different way, is bemoaning its existence. I think the entire tapestry would take something like 280 hours if I stayed the same pace all the time. And that's, well, it's 40 hours is a normal work week. So that would be 7 normal work weeks. Sorry. That would be 7 normal work weeks just to get that done at that really fast pace. Honestly, it really wouldn't take that little amount of time because there's a lot more that was involved with it. Do kit survival or kit weekly. I was gonna say and or, but then I think having a second or a third slash in the chat would mark it as a web page link, and it would prevent me from typing it. So you have to think how to type. It's great. Good times. Okay, we're getting down to the end of the oak part of this, so that's nice. Then I'll switch over to the spruce part. And once that's done, I will then work on the central target areas. Because I presume she's probably going to be working on the deep slate bricks. I went with bricks, not tiles. One of my favorite things that I crocheted is a rather large blanket that is the dragon curve. It's a fractal where you take a line and then turn 90 degrees and draw another line. Then you take both of those around the last point, turn it 90 degrees again, and it copies and folds out like unfolding a multi-folded piece of paper. and then you unfold it again, then you unfold it again and again and again and again. And the resulting pattern is this thing that looks like a dragon, for lack of any other creativity. It looks like an animal, and the animal just happens to look like a dragon. And I was introduced to this dragon curve in the paperback version of Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. And at that time, I was really into fractals. So finding a random fractal living inside the book I was reading at the time was just formative for me. So I became enthralled with it, and then fast forward 30 years, I learned how to crochet, and now I have a rather large blanket that is a dragon curve. In fact, I might have a picture of it. Give me just a moment here. Come over here and go with where's my post? Where is it? That's not it. That's not it. These are not it. These are not it. It was before this, before that, before all of these. Was it this post here? It was this post here. So I will go copy image, and then I'll bring up OrphanView, a free image viewer, by the way, and I will go visible here, and I will go paste. There we go. I made that. It is a dragon curve, and to make it look more like a dragon, I suppose I could do it like this. And the reason why it's said to look like a dragon is the legs, and then the neck and the tail. If you look at a flat version, it's a lot more clean looking, but this is just, yarn slapped together. I have seen Romanesco broccoli, and I love it because it is a fractal and it's also tasty. But yeah, I like to do neat crochet stuff, and I have no patterns that I go by. I just do things off the top of my head. So yeah, that was just me following the pattern in my brain. Made a blanket. Let's see here. What else is there? Let me open up OrphanView again. This page, this. Ah! Copy image, paste. Here is my periodic table. Copy image, paste. There's my TARDIS blanket. That's the one I use. Oh wait, I didn't reactivate OrphanView. Sorry. There's the TARDIS blanket. And then let me recopy this one. Paste. That is the periodic table. I was going to put the letters on, but it was too much work, and at that point I was starting to get burnout, so I just went with just the simplistic thing. Here is a crummy picture of the Stark family logo. Winter is coming. That's the direwolf from Game of Thrones. Let's see here. Copy image. Here's one we all know and love. Nice little creeper blanket. oh yeah, you'll recognize this from my build on Spawn Road. That's called a Sierpinski carpet. I have also done some other kinds of stuff. Let's see here, paste. This is butterfly section. I made this for someone who enjoys butterflies. And this in the middle is instead of using the void space to have the shape, I use the actual solid space for the shape and the void space for everything around it. But this is, I think, called filleting or filleting. Different people pronounce it differently, but this is only one butterfly on here. If I come down to, let's see here, where's a good example of it? It was really hard to get the corners to stay. Well, I can do this. And then rotate it around to the left. Oh, well, that just ruined the zoom in. Here we go. This here is a void space butterfly. It looks better if I, form it differently, but it's supposed to be a butterfly. And then here on the outside, this is Argyle butterflies. And then over here in the corner, actually, I have another butterfly made out of a pattern that I came up with that would be a 5-pointed doily. And then I just took out one of the points to make it a butterfly. I was thinking about putting some antenna coming in, but whatever. I started getting to the point where I was like, I don't even know if they're going to appreciate this. And turns out they didn't. But, yeah. Crochet. One of my favorite hobbies. I picked it up and just started crocheting all kinds of different neat stuff. I made, let's see here. Where is that picture? Ah, here it is. Copy. I made coasters and pot holders themed by Portal. Nice little reference to one of my video games there. I made all kinds of nerdy stuff, and I put this stuff up on Etsy and no one cared. So I've got thousands of dollars of blankets in my closet. It's great. Crocheting is really two hobbies. It's the crocheting, but it's also collecting yarn, and I am really good at collecting yarn. I have more yarn than I have projects, which is a problem. Uh-oh. Speaking of problems, I need to face that way. Now I actually have about the right amount of yarn for all the projects that I want to do. I just had to choose between doing crochet or doing other projects like finishing my books and things like that. So I have to balance what I'm working on. Ran out. You don't think the second cactus is working. Let's see here. Let me look. You said you keep picking them up when you go by the sugar cane. In what way is it not working? Or where do you find them? Can you show me? You said when you go by the sugar cane. I know this one's working. If I stand right here, I will eventually get a cactus. I should. Yep, that one's working just fine. If I stand right here, I should... Oh, this area, you're saying. This area. Okay. So if that's the case, then what that means is I need to put in PV2? No. 1? Yes. I need to just put in that. That way when it comes down this way, it will hit this here and fall straight down that way. That should be enough to fix it. Because this really isn't enough. Yep, okay, well, you just picked it up. Here. I have some. Let's put this in here. And then go blah, 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 blah. And then watch. Yep, that works now. Yeah, and I saw it did hit here and go down. So what was happening is this small bit of water was not enough to give it the momentum that it needed to bounce off of this block here, so it needs to bounce off that. So that fixes it. Thank you for finding out. Thank you, whole bunches. You are a tremendous help. Alright, so I need... I didn't actually get spruce shulkers, did I? I think I only need one spruce shulker when it comes down to it. Uh-oh. The torch marks where there's space, where there's still a spot to put a full shulker, or the full shulkers go in the top row, the bottom row is just individual blocks. And so this is spruce logs. So I know if the torch is here that this is full and this is full. If the torch is here, I know that this is full. And that means all of these are full. Okay, let's get a few of these. It is kind of neat that copper, when you use it in the stone cutter, at least in a stone cutter, it makes it like logs. You get 4 times the blocks out of it, and they're still copper, so that's nice. Oh, okay. In the 2x2 area between the oak, not the 3x3 area, but the 2x2 area, put stone bricks, or not stone bricks, deep slate bricks, please. And I will start on the ceiling. Over here, this is this is not supposed to be here. I did not need to put these blocks in. Okay. I don't know if oak planks are the insta-vanish blocks, but I'm still gonna pick them up anyway. All right. I think what I'll do tomorrow is, congratulations, Cuddles, because this is already 4.5 hours, and I will keep working on this until I'm done with this project for today. So this is going to be a sort of a long stream. It's only 10 p.m. for me, so it's not all that late. But I want to get the bamboo farm finished up on stream, and then after I do that, I will work some more on the Menger sponge. But I want to be able to get that bamboo farm just done, and by proxy also the berry farm, which is going to take the place of where the current bamboo is, which the current bamboo area is inadequate for growing bamboo efficiently. And I'm not going to mechanize it. I could, I don't want to. I enjoy the chopping. There might be an area of it that I can set aside to having a little mechanization, but I just enjoy the noise of chopping it. Oh, also, on the subject of claiming, we were talking about claiming down there. One of the people on here who has many thousands of claims came on, and they had the majority of their claims unclaimed. As if someone had access to their account, went around and unclaimed things. Because they had over 5,000 claim blocks, no question. But it didn't matter if it was an old claim or a new one. The claims that they had just seemed like randomly selected, and they were just completely unclaimed. And some of them were fairly substantial. In fact, this one right here. This one is 23,000 claim blocks. This was unclaimed. And I found out that that's why I no longer have permissions to work here, which makes a lot more sense now. Because I still need to do the terraining, but I'm holding off on that until I know whether or not that this player is going to actually be coming back. But this right here is over 5,000 claim blocks. This should not have been unclaimed, and it was. So something bizarre happened. Someone with trust went through and unclaimed all of their stuff, seemingly out of spite or something. I don't know what it is. They don't know what it is. I haven't heard back from them if they put in a ticket to find out why or anything like that, who maybe did some commands or whatever, but they lost a lot of claims. They went back and reclaimed what they could based on their /homes, but that's really weird. Things like that don't just mysteriously happen, especially if it's a random assortment. It's not like Verania has special characters in their username. It is just a plain old letter number name. So nothing like that would have happened. Who knows? And in the future, if I find out what happened, I will obviously regale you guys with the information. But until then, it remains a mystery. Wrapped in an enigma. Oops. Oh, another thing that I was thinking about doing in the place of my Thursday and maybe also Wednesday streams this week, but definitely Thursday. I like to do something non-Performium for sure on Thursday. I was thinking of, because I'm still trying to get mod packs to work the way that they were working on the previous computer, grumble grumble, I am going to experiment with putting together a data pack that is going to revolve around adventuring. And it's going to have pockets of very difficult mobs here and there, but for the most part it's going to be just a sort of casual adventure vibe. There's going to be more RPG feeling to it, with the potential of even quests if I can manage it, and even maybe colony building. But there are about, it's fewer than 100 but more than 50. There are a few dozen data packs, not mods, not plugins, but data packs that I'm very strongly looking at to put together a little private server that I can just fire up and just have a good old time. There's going to be data packs and plugins because both are compatible with each other at the same time, because they don't need a special launcher, as I understand it. So I am hopeful that I can put together a cohesive data pack experience utilizing a whole bunch of these data packs that I've already found that are really nice, that work really well together, 1.19. And I'm hoping to find them all just as functional or even better on 1.20. That would be very lovely. And then if I can get it to work, everything is copacetic, I might look into opening a Patreon only server that uses all of these that people can play on. But the problem is renting servers is it's iffy for smallish servers beyond a few dozen plugins or mods. They become a little finicky. Even if you only have 16 or fewer players, for instance, it's still pesky. And I want to make sure that all of the wow, I just missed everything there. I want to make sure that all of the plugins and the data packs work well with each other first before I even begin to pursue a Patreon server. But know that it is in the works, and probably this week, maybe this weekend, I will be streaming either on YouTube or on Discord, me messing with getting the data packs to work together, so you can maybe get a sneak peek at what all is going on with the adventuring that I'm planning on having as just a different kind of feel. It's not going to necessarily have the, okay, that's incorrect. It will have the vanilla Minecraft feel. You do not have to do all of the other stuff to play along, but it will be nice. Do I have a few stacks of oak logs? I do have a few stacks of oak logs. Let me finish this row and I will get, I think that was Ninja, some oak logs. A few is exactly 3. A couple is 2, a few is 3, some is 4, many is 5, several is 7. I don't know how many 6 is by common linguistic usage. Oh no, several is 7, 6 is a bunch. That's what it is. Trade ninja. There are a few. They said, I am Backle, and I thought they were saying that they're Biakle, or however that player's name is pronounced, and I was very excited to see that player come back, but they are not that player. I thought they were saying, hi, Biakle. Biakle is a player on here who... Oh, I don't have a home for that anymore. Okay, they were herding together a whole bunch of wardens in stacks of 50 at a time and making a chamber that they were calling the Symphony of Heartbeats. It's a really cool idea. They were dying all the time, but they were just having a blast, just luring the wardens in so they would stack together and then moving the stack to a new location and then putting it in its home so that it wouldn't merge with other stacks, and it was just good old fun. And I don't know why they stopped playing, if they're going to come back or whatever, but it's fun watching them do that and occasionally trying to help and lure a few here and there. Yep, they're not on. Oh, now it's even more insult to injury. Look at that. Alphabetically, I'm last. So not only does my YouTube rank not show up on the tab list, but also now even the Diamond Club doesn't show up in order. Fantastic! That's, as I understand it, that's because Mac the Mac updated more things to 1.20.1 and infrastructure is different. But beforehand, when I got the Diamond Club, my YouTube rank disappeared. It shows up when I talk in chat, but that's it. Can't. What is a TP project? Hold on. I think I know what they might mean. Oh, they need to fix that. We're supposed to show up here in Hub. Wait, I had more than this. Oh no! Oh, bye-bye. Oh, I see. Oh, come on. That is so frustrating. I understand why they do the cooldown so people can't just willy-nilly teleport everywhere all the time. But poor Garble. They were wanting me to teleport the player whose name is Project to them. Makes a lot more sense than I thought what they were trying to say was. I killed a mystery box. It was probably just dust anyway, but you never know. It might have been something I didn't own. I think it was a 5-star one too. Oh well. Dust in the wind. Yeah, that right there, that would look really nice. If oh wait. Oh no, 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 no. Wait. Ay, 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 ay. I was incorrect. I goobered. Hello? Are you not going to pick it up? Thank you. Was I not picking it up the whole time? I was not. Hooray! Thankfully, it's actually less time to dig this up than it is to place it. And she hadn't done all of it. I had forgotten just how excited I was that the cut copper was quadrupled, and that would have been the perfect item for filler. And I reverted to the deep slate tile. At least I believe that's what I finally decided on. It is what I've decided on now for sure. But now thinking about it, I remember talking about the honey and not being able to lock it into the weathered. Maybe I started with the deep slate bricks. And then I realized that I could do the cut copper. And then future-wise, I could maybe get some honey, shave it back, and then wax it to the weathered stage. I think that might have been it. You demolished someone in PvP. Oh no! Did you help rebuild them? One good thing about this server, well, one of several good things about this server is the when you die, you don't lose your gear. It doesn't drop. It's just It's just keep inventory on. You don't have to worry about losing your stuff when you die. Very nice. It does make it so totems of undying are basically useless. Because you don't even lose your levels when you die. Now, one of these was not. Yeah, I'll just put those in there. And I'll put these in here. There we go. I thought I had brought down... Hold on. No? Five. Maybe it was 5. I thought I had brought down some cut copper. Oh, that's not a vault. There it is. Acacia log. Ay, ay, ay. There's that. There's copper. Come on back, Cuddles. Oh, this is that one from Elmaze. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. There is copper here. There's acacia here. No. I made that one. You were doing that just exactly as I asked. It's just I asked wrong. That was me. That was all me. I thought I had a shulker of acacia. I guess I didn't. I would. I'll go get some acacia. Oh. That's why. Oh, logs. Acacia logs. Whew, there we go. Or not acacia, birch. Derp. My brain, my mouth, not synchronized. It's lovely. Let's go back up here. So there's cut copper, or there's regular copper to turn into cut copper. There's acacia to turn into planks, and there's birch to turn into planks. Cool. Now, brain, work. And then the verdant frog lights will be last. So yes, those that you have in your hand, the cut copper, which is also, there was some in there, that goes in the 2x2 area, and I am so sorry. That was very confusing and entirely my fault. Alright, I've done all of this. And I had started coming down this way. There we go. I'm just glad I caught it when I did. Because I was talking about how the deep slate bricks would kind of tie it to the wall, but then those cut copper, that's too exciting to pass up. Yes, I am sure. I am certain. Yes, absolutely. That is correct. At most, I might put some of the bricks along the wall on the trim, so the bottom layer and the top layer, and that would be it. Oh, and anyone who might have been watching doesn't know what happened earlier. The server reboots every day, twice a day, 12 hours apart each, at what is right now 10:20, 22, something like that. So 10:22 a.m. and 10:22 p.m. It reboots. That way it clears some of the lag and all that kind of stuff. Wait, you needed oak planks. There you go. And then when it... Oh, what happened? Oh, I see what happened. That's fine. Then when Mac to Mac updated the server to the 1.20.1, which messed up the tab list, it also messed up the automatically sending people to the appropriate hub after a server resets or shuts down. We're supposed to just automatically show up in one of the hubs, and it doesn't happen anymore. It just kicks us straight to a null pointer error. So you have to manually log back in, which is fine if you know that that's what's going on. But if you don't know that that's what's going on, it's a great way to lose a bunch of players real quick. Anyone who joins shortly before one of the reboots and gets kicked will be like, oh, well, the server isn't all that great, and it can't even stay up. Oh, it overclicked. Oh well. You didn't get kicked that time. Oh, I get kicked every single time since they updated to 120.1. Now, granted, I am playing on 1.19.3.4 top left. But that's because that's the version of Optifine that I got to work properly. Monorail was 13 by 11 blocks. Yes, it was. Actually, I upped it. It now needs to be 13 by 14 of the little blocks. After today's Minecraft stream, I plan on firing up Space Engineers so that I can work on a few extra details for my build for the monorail, because I recognized a few things that needed to be changed. Oh, signs. Well, maybe by now there has been a reasonable Optifine. I don't think I use... Here, let me see here. Where would... Aha, Minecraft folder. Bring this back up. Yeah, I don't even have a mods folder. I'm not using any mods, I'm just using Optifine. And data packs don't really matter on client side if they are not running. On server side, where's the... Here, saves. Data packs. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. So it's definitely just Optifine that I'm running. So if the 1.20.1 version of Optifine is okay and stable, then maybe I'll switch to 1.20.1. But they did have that post on Performium's Discord about if you're playing on a server, it is best to be as close as possible to that server's version. And since this server is 1.19.2 and I'm on 1.19.4, that makes me most close between 1.19.4 and say 1.20.1. The closest would be the 1.19 version. So I'm thinking I'm just going to keep this version for playing on Wild. And then when I do my data pack stuff, I will have a 1.20 version. I'm hoping that 1.20 was out long enough for all of the data packs that I had found in 1.19 that I thought were interesting to get an update. I see copper. Let's just get a little bit more building material in here. There we go. Nice. I thought I had gotten all the ores. Huh. That's kind of funny. this track is called something about a vampire. It's what's it called? Oh, it's just called Vampire. And when it started playing, I was getting hungry. I was like, what? And I recognized after a few moments of thought why. The track is making me think of a specific food called Moons Over My Hammy, which is served at a place called Denny's. Why is it making me think of that? Because I used to hang out at Denny's all the time. And one of my favorite things to get was Moons Over My Hammy. And, well, while I was hanging out at Denny's, it was during the overnight crowd. And a lot of gamers, a lot of, goth crowd would tend to hang out there because, you buy one coffee and you get to stay there until the next day, just getting free refills with all the sugar you can cram down your mug. So it was a popular place with big enough tables to do, board games and card games and that kind of stuff. But also it attracted the goth crowd that didn't like to go to the more typical goth hangouts. And so this track reminds me of the type of people that would hang out at the Denny's for overnights. Which in turn reminded me of Moons Over My Hammy, which in turn reminded me that last time I ate was nine hours and 45 minutes ago, something like that. Because I forgot to eat before I started my stream. Well, it's not that I forgot. I wanted to accommodate the desire of whatever those two players were who wanted to make an appearance in the stream. So I got my stream started and then I asked if they wanted me to come see what they were working on or whatever it was. One of them said yes. The other one, I think, just went silent and eventually just logged off. So ripped them, but also ripped my hastily started hungry stream. But I shall be fine. Between you and me, I can go without a few meals. Especially after having some snacks recently. Got some of those wafer cookies from an international food place. And they're gone now. I ate all of them, most of them. However, I did remember, at the very least, to top off my drink, so... tasty drink. Oops. There is something I wanted to try to figure out with space engineers. And I have a means that I can use as a fallback to do this, but I want to figure out how I can make an off-camera explosion. Oh, I need more spruce. Which is to say, be busily doing stuff on camera, and then have an explosion happen off camera entirely. It is for the purposes of one of my future YouTube projects that I need this information, but if I can't think of any other way to do it, my idea is to give a rocket just enough fuel to be launching, and give it a slow launch, and then start doing stuff for a scene, and then make sure I'm not looking at where and when the explosion happens, or when the rocket is going through the air, and it just run out of fuel and plummet back to the ground behind my back or something. But ideally I would like to have something set up so that I could have a reliable, just flip a button and maybe a machine explodes after so much time. I need to figure out something like that. I have the fallback of the limited fuel rocket that I have to practice off on a creative world to get the timing right for, but I really would like to know if there's a less convoluted way of doing it, short of having another player. But the other problem with this plan is I don't yet know the sound radius of space engineers. It's for boom and to investigate the boom. Because here's the thing. For the sequence, I am playing this main character that suffers all these misfortunes and has to keep restarting until they can continue their journey to get back to wherever their destination is. And they end up in all these bizarre places because their previous vehicle strands them, or whatever reason they get stranded. But behind the scenes, there is in fact stuff that's meant to be happening that interferes with their plans. And some of it is just benign, some of it is annoying, some of it is really detrimental, like cutting the fuel line or something, so that the next season can begin with the vehicle crashing and starting the next game, or whatever. But I want to have a foolproof way of having a reliable, predictable explosion that doesn't involve having, a whole lot of track. Unless having the track can be worked into the story, and like the train or whatever get stuck without its brakes, have its brakes cut, and that would be the thing that messes up my plans, and I had to change my plans. And then, here's me blundering into the next season and playing the next game. I want to have something like that. something that I can be working on something else on camera, and then hear the boom, go investigate, and go, my whatever, my experiment, my ship, my whatever, what happened? That is the ultimate objective of pursuing the explodey thing. Do fuel tanks explode? Do they? Like damagingly? That would be great. That would be great if fuel tanks explode. Just a static fuel tank, just kaboom. I know the engines explode, but it'd be weird to just have an engine and then, oh no, my truck ran into an engine. If fuel tanks explode, that would be perfect. Yes, you are right. We never planted the huge pumpkin. That is correct. And what I was wanting to do was do that during the... Oh, okay. During the beginning of October. And just do the more rapid growth stages. And it doesn't necessarily need to leave a big crater in the terrain either. It needs to just explode and damage key component blocks that are in the area. Even if they are just MacGuffin blocks. I need to be able to reliably have some sort of explosion that I can count on happening off camera. Yeah, this looks good. So, oxidized or weathered, probably oxidized. Yeah. I need to figure out bees. Need to figure out bees on the server specifically. Because spawner bees, I don't think spawner bees actually do any real beeing. They don't have AI. It just occurred to me, I bet this place looks hilarious without, or with shaders on. Oh. Ha 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 ha. So, there is a high probability that sometime in the next hour, I will be getting the final achievement on Tap Heroes. I am about 5,000. Floor's done, now roof, yes. Now that I am working on the floor, if you want to work on the ceiling, then that would be just hunky-dory. Anyway, for Tap Heroes, I am... Let me look at this number again. I am 4,050 enemies defeated away from the final 1 million objective to get the last achievement. there was a delay there. What is my... Oh, 3 bars, that's why. Or 2 bars. Yes, same spot. Now, I may decide future-wise to make this be a ring of the stairs, but then there would be a whole block that I might just dip into, and that would be annoying, so maybe I won't. Probably I won't. Yeah, I have 996,150-ish enemies defeated. So that means I'm less than 4,000 away. Oh yeah, this track reminds me. For sure. It's only about 4.5 hours worth of music before it's going to have played everything at least once. So we are definitely in repeat land. I would like to get a little bit more, so I might be able to last that little bit longer to have maybe a 6-hour stream with no repeated music, or little repeated music, because the nature of random repeats do happen, despite what some people want to believe. Okay. So here's a fun question. If instead of bicycles, if unicycles were more common, do you think monorails would be more common than normal trains? And why do you think that? You're so tired right now. It is almost midnight for you. It is just past 11 for me. But my bedtime is usually around 4 or 5 in the morning, so I am not yet tired, but I am sorry that you are tired. If you are tired, I suggest rest, because unless you are going to try to force yourself to stay awake until the end of this project, rest is much more important. In fact, I would not suggest you force yourself to stay up until the end of this project. Sleep is good. Well, good night, George, the monkey baby. Oop, oop. Wrong button. There we go. Did I actually miss a spot? No. No, I got it. I am above the cactus area. I heard it go flump. Well, the good news is you can always watch the tail end of this tomorrow. When after the stream is over, it will be available to watch on my channel as I think that's still called a VOD. I think it's still video on demand. Like it just does it on its own. As a matter of fact, the streams and VODs are the only thing that have been put on my channel lately. I've not been putting up videos because I've been spending all of my time working on the streams. You're forcing yourself to watch. Yeah, it'll be under my live tab. Yep. Which is so annoying that that happens, because it's still watchable. It's a new video, but it shows up under the live tab, and so people come and look at my videos, go, "Oh, there's nothing new." Yeah, I haven't put out a new video since... When was my last actual video? Let's see here. Content. June. It was in June. June 28th. That was my last video. And it makes it look like people who do just streams don't actually do stuff, and it's very weird. You have to just know that they're streaming. It is one of the weird things about YouTube. You have a tank 1 block down from a thruster and it's not damaging it. Oh, phooey. The only other option I can think of is to make a multiplayer setup and somehow hide the fact that there are other players on. I don't know if you can do that, like toggle player nameplates or something like that. I don't know how multiplayer works in Space Engineers, but what I might do is try to get a second player in and have them do the thing on a queue and just do it like that. Because I know there are, you know, missiles and stuff. I know that there are weapons that do area damage. So that might be another fallback that I could use, but I don't know how those work precisely yet. Oh my god. I have gotten ahead of myself. How? Oh wait, no. Well, yes, but no. I still need to tear up the intermittent spruce, but maybe 15. I can't put the ochre in until after I put in the rings, because no, you didn't. I did. I need to align the ochre frog lights, or the verdant frog lights, in this way. So I need to have a block here or here to do it. So I had to do the rings. But I also need to make sure that I have the place already carved out for them. So when I'm placing these, I'm going to have to go skip. That's okay. This, among other many silly reasons, is how you know I'm not using any sort of automation for this. This is human mistake building. Hooray! Ah, that would be why I never turned the air conditioner on. That would be why it's getting warmer still. Oh, if I do another one of these projects, I supply the stuff. This is all my stuff. Let's see here. Heal. No point in having the giant warehouse if it isn't full of stuff. Stuff and things. Go past halfway. And the good thing about mistakes like these is they only take a couple minutes to fix anyway. Because when it comes down to it, this place isn't all that huge. It's not like placing one block off early on the Menger sponge or something. Oh, heal. Oh, you had a goober with the Menger sponge? Uh-oh. It happens. Alright. So now... Ah, I see. I'm going to turn the air on real quick, just a second. Much better. Much better. Already I can feel the air blowing. Update on tap heroes. It is 1,300 defeats away from 1 million. Oh, good night, George. Bonne nuit. Gute Nacht. Good night. Alright. I think I'm about a third of the way done on this. Quarter. Close enough. And I am less than 1,000 away. Less than 1,000 away on Tap Heroes from getting the 1 million enemies defeated. And then I can stop running that game. Maybe make the room a little cooler. And I have looked. I do not also have space engineers running, so it's not that. It is just a little warmer in here because I have been on the stream for almost 6 hours. I'm glad that I've stopped using shaders, by the way, because I do want to point this thing out. BSL shaders are the most tolerable of the shaders as far as lighting is concerned underground. And that's what this place would look like if I was running shaders all the time. How unabashedly offensive is that? Like, I suppose you might be able to get used to it, but ugh, why would you want to? Oops. Good news is, I'm not getting, it doesn't feel like I'm getting any frame drops with all these shaders. Or with these shaders on maximum. Now if I also had a 4K resolution texture pack, I might have a bit of a slowdown, but it still wouldn't be as bad as trying to do just a texture pack of like 128 on one of my older computers. So this is leaps and bounds way better. Here, let me turn these shaders off. This is getting annoying. Shaders off. There we go. Also, having the shaders on underground, it feels like it changes the color of the blocks. They don't quite look right. So when I'm doing underground stuff, I don't want to have the shaders on. What next? Okay, in the middle of the 3x3 area, put an acacia plank. All the 3x3 spaces. That should actually be done in 2 shakes of a dead lamb's tail, as the saying goes. Which, what a weird saying. I still haven't bothered looking up the origin of that, but that's a weird one. Acacia in the middle, surrounded by a ring of birch. If you want to do the acacia and birch, feel free. Doing the birch will help accelerate me toward being able to put in the last of the frog lights. $400 away from getting that final achievement. That blessed perfect game. I think that will be my 26th perfect game. Player vault 15. I was actually thinking about putting together a stream where I just had in all the different corners of the stream a whole bunch of clicker games going, and the stream would just be me trying to stay on top of all the busy work that goes with playing clicker games. But I realized it would be hard to read and understand what's going on with all of them if there are 8 different games going at once, or 9 or whatever, in small corner windows and side windows. So idea is back to the drawing board, but it was a novel thought. Just have a sort of a half lazy stream of doing clicker games. Fill these in, because I predicted that might be a problem later. What? Hi, Cuddles. 50 away. So less than a minute and there'll be a steam noise that'll probably, even though I know it's coming, make me jump out of my skin. Oh, there it is. And it causes lag. That's fantastic. Whee! There goes the pop-up. I don't know if that was audible. I don't know if you guys could hear that. But I now have over 1 million kills on that game, and let's go down here. Let's go save. Let's go quit. Free up a little bit of RAM. Cool off the room a little bit. Let me check Steam here. Night profile. "26 perfect games." Look at that. There we go. 50 of 50. Awesome sauce. Feels good, man. I know it's just a silly little thing on a silly little game, but even though it's an idle game, it actually took a lot of not idle to get to that point. But to give an idea, especially now that I'm officially done playing it, library, tap heroes, 185.5 hours to get 100% of the achievements. Probably could have done it faster. Maybe there's a speed run to get it in 100 hours, but it's not an instant thing. So oh yeah, no. I think all system sounds will show up in the stream. I think. And here's why I think that. We're listening to the music. Hopefully you guys hear the music, and I've not just been talking about it. Everyone going, what? The music is its own little window, and it's way back on the bottom of the pile of screens. So it's definitely not to do with the fact that the window is on top. So the question now is, what is the next game that I have that is closest in effort to becoming the next perfect game? Because clearly there is a metric for being able to go, this much work goes into making this game be perfect. Oh, okay. Let's see here. I see what you mean, Cuddles. No, that's not a shulker. What am I doing? That's a shulker. Spruce is done. Now, Acacia. Or, I mean, birch. I keep saying acacia for the white ones. That's so weird. Why is my brain doing that? Why you scumbag? Now the way this will work is on the acacia block. This I am saying the right word, blah 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 blah. On here will be placed the copper block to get it aging. And then I'll be able to come through here with a pick and just indiscriminately hold it down and mine all of the copper without having to worry about whether or not I'm going to be destroying the block that the copper is placed on. I can just break, and my pick will not destroy the wood, and it will not destroy the frog lights, especially because we've learned that nothing is the tool for more rapidly breaking the frog lights, which is very weird. It's like glass. Hooray, they've added a new annoying block with a, quote, useful function. Speaking of blocks with no function, I believe the fletching table still is not a working utility block. I might be wrong on that. Well, the way I'm placing these blocks, when I have a full stack anyway, or when I'm not missing a click, is just 4 on one click, 4 on another click. This big swooping pattern, it goes around the middle, except for when I mess up. Works when you have something to aim for, though. Here, let me do that. That way that takes a little bit longer. Oh, it doesn't matter because when I get to that one wall, it's not a full 8, it's like 5 or something. I'm doing the floor first, that way when this gets done, the ochre, or the verdant frog lights can go in, oriented this way, so placed there, there, or there, and then on the side of that block when it gets put in. And then the ceiling doesn't need any frog lights. So it can just have the center post and then the ring put in, and that'll be done. I was thinking about one small detail to make this slightly more complicated, but I realized that it's already complicated enough. That is, instead of having the verdant frog lights down here on the ground, have the verdant ones in the ceiling and the ochre on the ground, but this is already a big enough project. Taking 6 hours, well, a little less than that because I've spent some time not working on it, doing other things, but still, 6 hour stream. Long stream. I do be getting hungry. But I think I can just finish this off and then close up the stream after I finish this off. Should be alright. Yes, I've noticed that my stream goes from about 6 or 7 viewers to 2 or 3 viewers at around the midnight mark. 11 to midnight, somewhere around in there. That's okay. I'd still be doing this at this time. I might have taken a break, but I'd still basically be doing this, so why not stream it? I'm still working on the project after all. No point in not streaming it. Alright, these are whole rings. Okay, cool. Now I can do this. And the way I look at it is, if people want to watch, they can. I'm not forcing anyone. And I'm not doing the most exciting of things. I'm just listening to some pretty relaxing music, which is already soothing anyway. And I'm not being loud and boisterous, you know, clowny like we were talking about before. So I am not surprised that I can cause people to go, alright, it's bedtime. I enjoy the hanging out. To me, this feels like having you guys hanging out in the living room while I or we take turns playing a video game and everyone else is on their phone or whatever, and we are just occasionally chatting about whatever comes up. That's the way I look at it. I would be playing this game anyway. I want it to not have to be visible. I want it to be a little bit more than a dull thud. I want it to be, yeah, that was definitely a boom. Is that what you've been working on this whole time? You are a beautiful human being. I was actually figuring I would be messing with that tonight after I ate. But if you've got a solution, then that means I can direct my brain to other tasks, which is a glorious thing. Where is... Oh, right. There we go. Regarding yesterday's work on the monorail, I came to the conclusion that because of the little tiny micro movements that happen because the rubber just doesn't want to be touching the structure blocks. It really hates to be on it, especially sideways. I realized I needed to have two extra little things to fix some problems that come up. One is when it inevitably goes crooked or lifts up off of the track, and it will, for sure, no matter what. Even if you don't run into the barricade at the end, it's still gonna do it. I have put in so that the side wheels that hug the outside of the rail and, so to speak, hold it in place, I added a 2-degree ability to turn. They are sometimes steerable, and I put a toggle so that it's not always happening, so that you're not accidentally lifting up or down or whatever. And then you turn it the 2 degrees so that it's going to drive you downward as you drive in that direction, and that levels you out because you kind of want to tilt one way or the other. It happens even when you're not doing anything. When no one's in the vehicle, it just goes crooked. That's what happened that one time. Figured it out. But also, in order to prevent that from happening when you're gonna be, parked for a while, what happened? My mouse got registered as being on while there was a hiccup. Anyway, what's it called? The connector has this wonderful ability of locking you in place, so you're not going to move no matter what. But in order to really concrete that in place, I've added landing gear to the bottom center. So between the connector and the landing gear, when you're not in the vehicle, it is absolutely not going to tilt or scoot or jiggle or anything like that at all. Oh, I need to go take care of something. I will be right back. unexpected task is unexpected. All right. Railgun needs platinum and uranium. Okay. I was going this direction. Okay. Don't know how to automate yet. Need menu open, but can get a good boom without rockets and railgun. Okay. Oh, that was a weird lag. Now, this color without the verdant frog lights, these colors together work pretty nice because this is almost a creamy kind of orange as well. But with the addition of the verdant and the fact that this has green, I'm very glad that there are multiple color options for the frog lights, but it does make me sad that you can't dye glowstone. So many mods have 16 colors of light. Dyed glowstone is even one of those mods, or in one of those mods, but there's fluorescent lights, there's candles, there's lamps, there's light bulbs, they add lights of all the different colors, and Mojang just hasn't gotten the hint. We wish to be able to smear dye on our glowstone, please. But maybe they have gotten the hint, and their response was, all right, here's goldish and greenish and purplish. Oh, I'm over the cactus. That's what that foomp was. That's right. I knew that. It is now midnight. Midnight 01, in fact. Which means my last alarm of the day will happen in 59 minutes. I had better be done streaming by then. Got a shulker. Oh, you mean from Junebug? Ah, nice. Oh look, Nightwolf's on. probably AFK, come to think of it. Maybe not. I've noticed that Merlin does not auto-default to coming back here. I wonder if Merlin is AFKing on Candy. They come here eventually. Oh, you know what? Oh, there's the pickup. I bet it's because of that whole null pointer thing. Oh boy. Alright, considering it is after midnight, and considering probably only got the two of you watching, even though I never know based on YouTube's numbers whether it's 1, 2, or 5. Why don't I put to a vote? You want me to finish this and do the bamboo tomorrow? Obviously the bamboo's not happening tonight. And then finish the day off tomorrow with the Menger sponge? Or do you think I should continue with this until it is done? Because I still have these rings to put in and all these rings to put in up above. So I'm not... I would say when it comes to this birch, I am a quarter of the way done. And it is a 6.5 hour stream thus far. And I do be getting hungrier. But I will defer to you guys. Food is important. As I understand it, food kind of helps a body grow. Not that my body needs much growing to do. Finish the row in column? Okay, well, then that's what I will be doing. And I can even wrap up while I'm finishing the row. And Cuddles, why don't you also finish your row? That way this doesn't keep getting worked on after the stream. There's still more for me to do on this tomorrow. So, thank you guys ever so very much for watching and hanging out, spending time and helping. You both have been tremendous help, and I can't wait to see the results of the boom happen. Whether that's tonight or tomorrow, doesn't matter. Or if you post it on Discord or something. But yeah, absolutely. Thank you for hanging out and spending time. I enjoyed all of this and even the messing up. It was still enjoyable, and I have learned a few things and been reminded of a few things even. So this is altogether a productive day. Oh, you said finish the row. So, thank you very much. If you like this video, give it a like. If you haven't subscribed yet, do please subscribe so that we can get further beyond the 2,000 mark. First we have to get to it, then beyond it. And also, if you're interested in hanging out after the stream or when I am not streaming on YouTube, I will be on Discord, and I often just stream on Discord, even if there's no one else there. That way, if someone wants to show up, there's something to do. So it may be this, maybe another game. If you want to uh, hang out on Discord, I have a link down below. Follow the link and then pick a role, and that will be probably YouTube, but if you're on Performium, then pick Performium, or you could pick both. It's entirely up to you. But once you pick a role, you get the whole rest of the server opened up to you, the rest of the Discord. There's lots of stuff to do, and there's access to things that there isn't access to otherwise, so that's nice. Also, speaking of access to other things, I have a Patreon, as well as Streamlabs. If you wish to help support the stream or the channel or whatever, then you can do tips through Streamlabs, and if you do, they'll show up on the stream. There'll be a nice little fanfare. You'll get a spaceship and everything. And also, if you help support on Patreon, you will get a shout out at the beginning or the end of my streams or videos or whatever, and also access to things that other people don't have access to, including special participation and, in the future, a Patreon server, probably. But that is one of the ways that you can help. I will say that as I publish more things, more books, whether they are books or card games or board games, if I can manage to get designs for those, or even video games, if I can get those and get hard copies, anyone who is supporting at the $10 tier, the Lapis tier on my Patreon, will get a free signed copy of whatever the media it is that gets produced. So there's that to look forward to. And also, people who are on Patreon and on my Discord get access to sneak peeks of stuff that's going on towards my publications, and I will also be streaming some of my work towards those as well on Discord. Oh, that's right, you can sit. /sit. There we go. Hello. So, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up and get some food and all that other stuff. So, thank you once again ever so very much for watching and hanging out. This is Thorn of Night. That's Little Cuddles over there. This has been the Performium Wild SMP, and I am nearly done with the copper aging farm. And I will talk to you later.